Lakas ng Pinas, malakas Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing may reseta. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Malakas, Pinas, malakas kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Infinite plays, infinite wins. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dander-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear.
And Knorr. Pang-marinade, panggisa at pampasarap, basta may Knorr liquid seasoning, kaya mong iluto yan.
Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Kasi yung nakikita kong problema namin di kami ganun ka-sync. Kumbaga magulo pa kami as a team.
2-0 laban sa APBR para quick head start para sa TNC team.
I-focus lang namin na maging consistent kami sa last 2 games namin kung paano namin napakita yung dominating na early game tapos yung mabilis na tempo, yung magandang ikot sa map. Yun lang na hindi namin ma-maintain kung gusto namin keep up kami sa Aurora. Alam ko na mainit kayo kasi sunod yung panalo nyo. Kami rin naman galing din naman kami sa panalo. Kaya bigyan natin ng magandang laban yung mga fans. Tapos kayo din mga kadyalingan.
Confident naman ako mananalo kasi feel ko pares lang naman din kami ng nararamdaman.
Ano namin sinisipagan pa namin lalo para bumalik kami dun sa top tier na.
Masasabi lang sa Team Falcons, good luck sa atin guys at ipakita natin yung best natin.
Welcome to MPL Arena. This is your very own Odin, and we're down to the final day of Week 3. At alam kong hindi pa rin natin nakakalimutan ang mga naging laban kahapon with our triple header day. We were able to witness a back-to-back sweep and then a Game 3 plot twist sa pagkapanalo ng Twisted Minds laban sa Onyx Philippines. Ikatlong linggo pa lamang ng ating liga at nagpapasiklab na ang ating mga kupunan. Patunay lamang na every match ay nagpapakita ng playoffs or grand finals level. Marami pa tayong masasaksihan ngayong araw kasama ang ating mga casters. Sabay-sabay natin muli tunghayan ang lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome back to FL Philippines Season 16. It's your girl Athena. On the English desk together with me is this fine gentleman. We have Naisu and Renmar.
Wow, Athena. Welcome to the English desk.
I guess I'm in the right place, right?
Yeah.
This is the English desk. And
Welcome.
I know you're quite surprised, but this time, there's going to be two fine gentlemen here riding with me and guiding me all throughout the day. But how are you guys? How do you feel for today?
Nice, you just gave me like a random little squeeze, so now I'm feeling great.
Yeah.
And I hope y'all can see our companions here on desk. We'd like to thank BPI for these. And finally, on broadcast, for the longest time, after casting for so long, I can do this.
And now we're fully equipped to be hydrated all throughout the day. Like equipped with all the 120 FPS system, the next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro is the new official tournament phone powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines.
So grab it while you can.
Yeah.
It's been great to see the GT30 Pro in action. I have yet to get my hands on it. I got my hands on the 20 Pro, but
Now I got my hands on it.
Okay, that will.
Literally.
Athena, that doesn't.
That's
Oh.
That doesn't
there
count.
we go.
Okay.
I have short arms, so
It's okay.
I'm not even gonna try.
But of course, for today, we will be trying our best to somehow level up onto the level of energy of our teams by leveling up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries.
Last month, 200. I think it was 200. Wait, 200
winners.
People, 200 winners.
200
Yeah.
winners.
Yeah. By the
Last
way,
month.
there's QR codes on your screens.
Yes.
Yeah.
Last month there was 200 lucky winners receiving 1,250 MLB diamonds. Well, guess what? September is even better because this month we've raised that amount for you to potentially win 50,000.
That's so much.
Yeah, that is one more diamond than 49,999. So download and sign up for Vibe now. Begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
Thank you so much for Tumblr, of course, BPI. And so far, we've seen some spectacular matches yesterday.
Yep.
Quite an upset onto that last series, of course, especially with the SOD Steel Lord by Kelra.
Yeah,
tell you what.
it was an upset in terms of result, but it was not an upsetting game.
This guy
You're right.
did an amazing job.
I did.
He did.
Because I was watching the match at home yesterday, and I was
you
freaking
were.
out with you guys here on desk. And I don't know, man. There was so many crazy things in that Game 3 in the last match that I was just
yeah.
like, thank goodness it's Renmar right now.
Yeah.
Because you were losing your mind because of just how many good plays, how many good things happened throughout that last match here. And of course, here's our Infinix standings currently as we are about to close out Week 3.
And Twisted Minds will be rounding up that number from yesterday, going on the first spot here for Infinix standing. But sadly, though, we see the top 7 and top 8. It's going to be a first match, by the way. AP, Bren, and Falcon still, but only 1 point Renmar.
Yeah,
Sad
I like how you
noises.
suddenly gave me the focus. It's like, hey, look, right, Remar, look at your Falcons. You're an eighth. Ha ha.
Oh, by the way, he's the Falcons guy. If you
Yep.
didn't know.
We did the rap.
Oh, that's
Like,
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
we
season.
did the rap together last season.
That's
So,
right.
That's why I wanted to highlight, like,
Yeah, it hurts, but I mean, hopefully, I don't want to see the first series go off in a sweep. I want these two teams to look strong. I don't want this to be a low light filled series. I want them to show that even though this is 7th and 8th fighting, people are going to go, wait, that was actually a pretty banger series, and that the other teams in the league need to watch out.
But it's going to be a good thing because finally one of them will be breaking their losing streak for the first match, APBR versus Team Falcons. Onto the second is going to be TNC Pro Team versus Aurora Gaming.
I'm looking forward to this, especially the closing match for the week here. TNC and RORA, I think both have had some, well, RORA especially has had a lot of eyes on them and they've been impressive. TNC, I feel like, have had their moments too. But, you know, I still got to say, I'm still looking for that certain thing from TNC to like really click and for it to make it work. I know we saw glimpses of this, but also my other eye for the first match is going to be on Team Falcons. And as the non-Falcons guy, I guess I could say, like, my biggest thing is, have they figured out what the secret sauce is going to be? As you can see, we've got AP versus Falcon here. Ferds is on the screen.
Okay, highlighting X-Nova and Ferds, both from the kingdom, by the way, of RQ Kaito, way back for MDL. And they actually achieve a championship title under the same roster for MDL Season 3. So in terms of chemistry, they look good. They work together so good. They actually finish top of the spots here for the team standings. But currently, this is their official opposing side play here for MPL.
Yeah, the two friends. I'm pretty sure they're still friends.
They're friends.
They're not
friends.
friends, but they used to be teammates for the long time, and now this is the first time we're going to see them go up against each other. And this is interesting because usually roamers and EXP laners have the same tendencies. They're the ones who are more demanded to be in sync when it comes to the in-game execution. So the fact that X-Nova and Ferds are going up against each other here, I think should really prove to be a factor in this matchup because they're 100% going to be feeding information as to how, oh, you know, X-Nova, that Ferds guy, yeah, I know how he moves. I know how he plays.
I think part of that too is aside from just knowing how each other move around the map, how they play, is again what you need to see from both these squad is them finally figuring it out. Guys, like we're about to enter after today. We're going to enter next week the midway point of the regular season already, which is kind of crazy to think that we're already about there at the halfway point. And so for teams that are sitting at the bottom of the standings, that's where it starts to get a little crunch time, you know, because you had that first half of the season already. You need to be able to go ahead and now prove as a team and, you know, of course, to the people rooting you on that we've got to figure it out. And I feel like this is the true test for both the teams to prove that.
It is. Also, so we're circling back to the question, like, what do they need to improve? What will they show us here on the stage, breaking those losing streaks so far? And both onto the losing part of our Infinix standings. But so far, you've got powerful debut matches here for X-Nova, right?
Yep.
He's currently tagged as the X Factor for AP Bren.
Yeah, we saw it in his Kufra performance. Even in the opening matchup for Falcons, first decided to show up, show the world what he can bring to the table, and now CC is an insta-ban against Falcons when Ferds is on the table.
Yeah.
So, again, these are two dudes who have already shown up what they can do. We've seen glimpses of it. It's just a matter of can they do it consistently.
Yeah.
What else can Ferds bring to the table? We saw the Lapu-Lapu did great yesterday, even though earlier this week, even though they lost that series. X-Nova, I think, it's not always going to be you're going to have 100% the greatest games as a roamer, but I like how I've always consistently seen him do what I'm looking for in my roamers. Being in the right spot at the right time, not being afraid to just show yourself in front for your team when needed. Sometimes he can get picked off, but like that's totally okay. That happens.
Sounds like me when I play roam.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're ticking off the right boxes, right?
Exactly.
But for the draft, actually, for yesterday, there was a big question whether to let X-Nova get his catch heroes, because that's a strength for AP Bren. But to look further before our match starts, we're going on to an exclusive interview with our All Access.
Kasama natin ngayon ang RRQ Kaito from MDL Philippines. Welcome, the Kingdom of RQ Kaito here at MPL. Magpakilala naman kayo isa-isa, your IGN and your role.
Ako si Karasu, explainer ng RQ Kaito.
Ako si Dokumen, role ko tank.
Ako si Chapnoy, role ko roam.
Hello, my name is Kelvin, jungler of RQ Kaito.
IGN ko Mingwin, ako yung mage ng RQ Kaito. Coach Pao po, ako po yung head coach ng RQ Kaito.
Wait lang, parang kinakabahan kayo para sa mga kakampi nyo dati. Kinakabahan ba kayo? Sino first time dito sa MPL Arena? Oy, Karasu, kumusta so far ang MDL run nyo?
Yung run namin ngayon sa MDL, sobrang ganda. Kasi, yun, isa nga lang talo namin. Tapos, yun, sana hopefully next, wala pa rin kami talo.
I love the confidence. Palakpakan nyo naman ang RRQ Kaito and Kapitan Mingwin for how many seasons nakasama ka namin sa MDL. Again with Kelvin, kasama nyo rin siya na nakakampi nyo si Ferds and X Nova. So, kumusta yung nakikita nyo ngayon na magkalaban sila?
Ikaw na. Actually, masaya ako na kita sila sa pro scene. Para sa akin, matagal na nilang deserve na makapasok dito. Ayun.
Kumusta ba yung relationship nilang dalawa? Si Ferds and X Nova?
Hindi yung isa kasi nonchalant si Nova Si Ferds kasi madaldal maingay yun So, sa team namin medyo sila. Sakto lang, ganun.
Parang nilaglag
Pero
mo daw.
close.
Nagre-react yung Falcons dito, parang nilalaglag mo daw si Ferds. No? Pero anong gusto niyo sabihin ngayon sa kanila as their former teammates, Calvin?
Good luck sa kanilang dalawa. Galingan nila para di napapakamot na ulo tong coach ko.
Coach Pao, baka meron kang gusto sabihin sa mga players mo before.
Sa akin, sa former players ko, I just want to tell them na stay humble. Huwag nilang kalimutan yung mga natutunan nila, kung saan sila nanggaling, at saka puso lang kasi they're both on the bottom right now. Pero I think they could pull through.
I love it na nakikita natin yung good relationship with the players na makikita natin magkatapat ngayon. Invite nyo naman sila manood here at MPL Arena, Doc Men.
Manood guys ng MPL, mga nanonood dyan.
Thank you so much, Kingdom of RRQ Kaito. And now let's head on to our match between Team Falcons and APBR.
Thank you so much for that cute promotion, Doc Man, especially on promoting our stream and watching the live.
I love it. I love to, of course, see some of our players out there, even from the MDL. So I think we have a question for the community out there.
Yeah, we're looking forward to more games. But by the way, speaking of games, how many games has broadcasted in MPL Philippines? We've seen few since Season 1, but there's also one person still with us. Rockhart, is it A700? B800, Z900, or D more than 1,000.
Yeah, and there's an important part here. If you can find the exact number of games that Rockhart has casted, post your proof on our official page on social media, and we will be giving free tickets to the super fan who can get the number. This isn't as easy as you guys think, because Rockhart has been here since Season 1.
Was there even... There was broadcasts from Season 1, right?
It's not widely available online anymore because over time, video streams, lives disappear. But if you can somehow get it right, congratulations to you.
I was actually planning on counting it manually, but I guess Superfans has a chance.
How would you count?
You would hop onto every weekly daily broadcast of MPL ever and then just look for Rockhart there.
I'll tell you what, we better give them some diamonds too.
I'm willing to... And actually, I'm willing to give also a Starlight.
You're willing?
Whoever
Athena
gets it right. Okay, one Starlight. Whoever posts the right proof, okay, the exact number.
Yeah.
For MPL page career, by the way, but maybe people might be confused with the M6, M7, things like that.
Yeah, just
M7.
Just
future.
MPL PH.
Yeah. What is with it with the English desk making people just like want to say things on broadcast?
Yeah.
First it was Ingon, now it's Athena.
I don't know, but this time we'll know as we watch our players walk into MPL Arena for first match.
It's a tale of two kingdoms. From the Hive, it's X-Nova, Lord JM, James Pax, Aqua, and Shizu. Ang pinalakas, APBR! Can these wounded wings soar to be the legends we know that they are? It's Ferds, Kyle Teasy, Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco. Take flight, Team Falcons! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Jeff. Joined by the two teams are their respective coaches. It's Coach Jeff for APBR and Coach Trevor for Team Falcons. Hive, Nest, the flight is upon us. Whose flight is gonna keep them alive?
This is the main lineup for APBR, and look, Aqua is going to play for this match.
Yep, Aqua's going to be there. APBR once again, it's Lord JM, James Panks, Aqua, X-Nova, and Shizu. These guys, now aside from Aqua, last season I was always hoping we would get to see more and more of them and their improvement over the course of time. And I feel like they're definitely on the course of that. It's this, there's still, there's still moments of struggle. There's still moments of them obviously making some mistakes. But I think every single time we do see them play, especially this season 16, they have made those improvements. So, even Lord JM, follow Lord JM. Go with Lord JM in some cases. Go with James. All these XP laners that we keep talking about, 3MAR, all of them have such a big impact on the game here.
And speaking of XP laner, Ferds is back on track here for Team Falcons.
And I will say what I say as a loyal and very loving Falcons guy. I have not seen Master Ogwen yet.
Ooh.
I've just seen a dude named Ogwen so far this season. I haven't seen the masterful moves that have earned him that title, and I would want to see it more consistently. It needs to start with him. Yes, Fuse has had difficulty so far in the mid lane, but if Ogwen's doing good, that passes on to Fuse. When Fuse doing good, that passes on to Kyle TZ, and then eventually will pass on to Super Marco. They need to take control of the center of the map, because in the previous game, Ferds definitely showed up as that Lapu-Lapu, and he needs to show up again here. Hopefully, Ogwen, Fuse, and Kyle TZ can back him up.
I do agree. If Ferds is partnered up with the Master Ogwen, Team Falcons just might break their losing streak. But looking closer on their team head-to-head, there are certain numbers here that we would like to zoom in first, Renmar.
Yeah, for the turtle control, leaning a little bit more towards Falcons, and APBR really need to work on how they control the objective pits, especially leading up to that. There's still a bit of an awkward spot in APBR right now, similar to what we saw last season, where they take questionable actions before the objectives happen. But now with Aqua back in the lineup, hopefully that tendency will lessen.
Yeah, and definitely before we start off our match number 1 for APBR and Team Falcons, we'll be checking out this video for a smart 5G ping test.
Message ko kay Ferds. Anong message dun kaya, no? Anong tingin mo, sis? Pwede message dun. Good luck na lang kay Buko man. Makakit kasi ng Buko yun eh. Galingan namin. Pakita namin kung sino kami. Tapos, dudurugin ko siya. Then, good luck, tas galingan na lang namin. Shoutout sa mga ka-RRQ dyan, guys, nanonood. Sila Chaknoy. Supportive sila, guys. Sino ang top 8 ngayong week? Falcons ba o APBR? Sino kaya pwede picturean? Yung cameraman. Yan, ito na lang yung mobile ko. Kasama si Chico.
Dating magkakampi ngayon ay magkalaban na. Ouch. Bogi ni Nova. Nob, ba't di ka nakulit ngayon, Nob? Ano yung sinasabi sa akin ni Nova? Nob, kung naririnig mo, Nob, good luck sa atin. Galingan mo at gagalingan ko rin. Ano ka? Sobrang hina. Oy, Nob, good luck sa atin. Ito na yung, normal day, pero para sa atin ng dalawa. Manalo, matalo. Uy, seryoso ako dito. Enjoyin lang natin. Shoutout sa'yo, Nob. Naiyak na yung kampi ko eh. Ikaw pa rin ang hanap ng pusong ikaw.
And that's how you do the smart 5G ping test. And even Ferds kind of been shy after that mic check. Renmar?
Yeah, I only get now what the RQ Kaito members in MPL were saying. X-Nova, so nonchalant, although he was a little bit more active in that last one. And Ferds, yeah, the dude is he's loud. He's vocal.
I like it. He likes to talk, and then that was a swerve, man. I wasn't expecting that kind of voice.
Yeah.
Ferds.
Very smooth. And I'm expecting smooth moves later if ever he gets his hands on the CC, by the way.
Yeah.
But for the Kingdom, I know they're having a hard time considering that their former teammates is also watching onto the front row seats. So they're kind of like being halved under their hearts. Am I expecting X-Nova to win? Am I expecting Ferds to win? But looking onto their keys to victory by Infinix, we have AP Brand and both for Team Falcons.
Yeah, okay, so I like how maximize Shizo's carry capabilities up here at the top for AP Brand. You do that again, you re-inject Aqua into the lineup, meaning that you can rotate better and sharper with the veteran to make sure that you can help Shizo farm faster. Be more decisive in late game team fights. Don't dance too much. Sometimes you really just have to pull the trigger and decide to fight. Draft a winning mid-duo matchup. Roam and mid. That's exactly what I was saying earlier when we showed the lineup of Falcons. Stick to that. Make sure if it's burst, it's burst. If it's utility, and you have enough damage across the board. And of course, fix their box formation. We talked about this last week. Their team fighting formation is so off. Kyle Teasy would be a little bit too forward. The other members of Falcons are diving a little bit too deep with Super Marco not being too ready just yet. Ferds, I feel like he's the one whose timings are a little bit more on point. The rest of Falcons just need to go with him. If for Twisted Minds, we have go with James. For Falcons, go with Ferds.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer, and that's going to be the concept for a lot of the teams out there, because that's the word XP lane has transitioned into. We talk about this a lot, how it's like this, it eventually either alleviates some of the pressure from the roam or it turns into a pseudo roam in a way throughout the game, especially depending on what hero is drafted there for the team composition. But overall, I think both teams are going to have to rely on that. But, you know, I want to go ahead and agree with Renmar earlier when you mentioned, especially with Ogwyn, I think a lot of our roamers have always had this spotlight on them because they are essentially the ones that are setting things up, especially in the early game. And we know how much focus right now is currently on the early objectives, like even the first hurdle, so to speak. It's literally a key to victory for a lot of the teams just to control that and make it happen. And your roamers they're the catalyst for a lot of that early game potential to happen here and to get started. So those are a whole lot of things that both these teams really have to prepare for as they go into game one.
Yeah, and absolutely here for our match number 1, game 1, it's going to be blue side here for AP Brand. They're going on to the first pick. As you mentioned, you have to be earlier in terms of decision making. And I do like that we need to factor in that decisiveness has to be very precise here for AP Brand.
Yep. So let's see what they're deciding to do with the draft. They've chosen to ban out the Phoveus, which is quite dangerous because when you ban out Phoveus first phase, you're opening up Falcons with rushing Harith as one of the first 2 picks on the red side. For AP Brand, that means their first pick should lean towards something along the sides of a YSS. If you're not going to go for the Yisanshin, you have to get the Kalea here for X-Nova.
Oh, you're right. So you're playing right to your playstyle, but actually with the catch heroes, you also have to acknowledge the Arlot here for Lord JM. But so far, there's also the trend of a Jushin first pick from yesterday. And we're seeing the Kalea and Jushin. What will be the priority here for AP Brand?
Well, I did mention Yisanshin or the Kalea has to be one of the rushes. If they go for the Jushin mid, that should make sense also considering that, again, Falcons is threatening a Harith rush, and a Harith Jushin rush is also very possible for Falcons. So as expected, Kalea goes to the side of AP Brand. Falcons just pick up the Harith now and then pick up, just go Harith Jushin.
Harith mid, lock that in, gives you also some control around the objectives, which we've been seeing a lot of priority-wise. So for Team Falcons, they can go that way. Also, I don't know, man. I just feel like you could really nitpick a lot here from Team Falcons on what they've done, but you know, hopefully they've shaken it off. I know they had quite a rough streak even outside of the MPL Philippines, but instead they'll go the Uranus and then they will get the Jushin. So interesting that they go this route.
Yeah.
Okay, quite perplexing. They're willing to give the Harith here, or they just decide not to play around the Harith. Ferds gets EXP priority, but then the CC is still open. I think they want to play this Uranus in such a way that they're going to use it a lot to invade and disrupt the opposing jungle. They don't want Ferds just locked in lane. They want Ferds rotating around the map as a very quick 4-man rotation, which should help supplement what Ogwyn has been lacking in. So you go Harith and pick up your mid laner too. There's a Forza.
Okay, right on cue. So you have very strong mid here with the Forza and Kalea. So they're sticking their ground to somehow capitalizing the catch heroes here for X-Nova. Meanwhile, for Team Falcons, I'm kind of confused because we've mentioned that you need to partner up Ferds with the Master Ogwyn just to assist onto those lockdowns. But with the Uranus, we're pretty sure that you're just going to somehow interrupt the whole process here for AP Brand.
Yeah, he's just going to be basically a a standing front, you know, for the most part with this. Now, that can still be useful. It can still be effective in one way or another. But again, it's going to be up to what they decide to throw into the roam, I feel like, here for Team Falcons, really, because even the fact that they didn't take the Harith earlier on when it was open for Marco, it makes you wonder what the plan is there to play around. But yeah, I think the roam is going to be crucial for Team Falcons. You can see they'll close in on the XP lane choices here, taking out the Lapu Lapu. Do they take out one more, like a glue or something there?
Yeah, I think they should consider taking out either the glue or the CC to continue pressing on the XP. So as expected, they banned the high loss here for AP Brent, considering the lineup that they have, and it would slot in very well for Ogwin. Another roamer that AP Brent needs to consider taking out is actually the Gatot Kacha. Would slot in very well with the Falcons lineup, meaning that Ogwin might be left with having to play something along the lines of a Badang roam.
Oh. Yeah, interesting though. If ever Coach Jeff foresees that Gatot Kacha ban here for AP Bren. But moving forward, there was a wild thought at the back of my head. I was actually considering a ranged jungle. Just so I just wanted for us to actually get a CZ or Lapu like that. But with the Hayabusa locked in, we're pretty sure that they want that early action here for Team Falcons.
Yeah. Okay, CC. So then it's going to be a glue pickup most likely for AP Bren in the EXP lane. Unless AP Bren wants to add a little bit more magic damage and go for something like an Edith, but that's going to be quite rare. Glue makes so much sense right now for the lineup of AP Bren. They could also potentially even go Hilda or Esmeralda.
Oh, yeah.
Considering it's Lord JM. Like,
yes.
That's more of like a unique thing to him.
It is.
I think that Hilda would work great, but it was Hilda and
Esmeralda.
That's right. Just a little classic, eternal match between the Uranus.
But for me here for Team Falcons, they're not really that scared here. If ever AP Brand gets that Hilda. But currently, for a fun fact, X-Nova is still currently the ranked #1 as the player with the highest unique heroes used in the whole MPL Philippine history. So, are they going to put that in use here? Because so far, for AP Brand, we're still not seeing... Maybe they're going to go for the Kalea XP, but so far it's still an XP or rather Roam Kalea.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty crazy people try even a Kalea jungle in ranked games, but that's so rare and it's MPL that, you know what, I'm going to turn off that idea in my head right now. I've gotten a bit too excited at times with some crazy picks. So yeah, for Ogwin, just pick up the Badang at this point with the Hylos taken away, the Bakshot taken away, Arlot's also gone. But that's going to be your best option. Just save the Super Marco pick for last so you can adjust or go... Are they? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. They want to save the Roam pick for last. Okay, Granger makes a lot of sense. You needed a bit more range so that you wouldn't be so too close ranged for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, and that's just the classic matchup in the gold lane. The Harith Granger. We've seen it so many times. I think statistically, doesn't Harith still have like the advantage in that matchup? I remember even a time back in some of the internationals, it was like we saw Harith Granger so much that it was like they had that specific stat too, like the matchup itself.
Yeah,
in the gold lane.
Harith does have a okay. I like the surprise. Just to add real quick to what the 90%, 60% is the win rate of the Harith this season. Benedetta EXP, and then they go jungle Fredrin. Very stable for AP Bren. I like what they showed up here, but going up against the Juicin. Could be 50-50. It really depends on how well Lord JM handles the EXP. He has been Mr. 50-50 as the Benedetta in previous games this season. So let's see if he's a little bit sharper this time. For Super Marco, though, you could go safe and just play the Moskov, but I want to see them pick something quicker. Maybe go for the Bruno even.
Yeah, but they already have the Granger.
Yeah, excuse me. It's Roamer. Just go Badang.
It's okay, yeah. You could go for Dang or even a Matilda, but with the Matilda, you're too squishy if ever.
Yes.
It's AP Brand and you're up against a Fredrin, so you would want someone with additional sustainability just to try and hold your lane. And it's going to be the final pick here for Team Falcons.
This is a chance for him to be if he can channel the master in the Ogwin here.
Okay, this is going to be how do I say this? A redemption game for
Yeah.
Ogwin. The last time I saw him in a
It
Grok,
is.
I could not hold myself with my frustration. So hopefully this time it's a better Grok. Land more tectonic charges, and if he's gonna be frontlining, make sure Few is close enough to supplement him and help him out if he gets caught out. Because the last time, his Ogwin just did not do it for Falcons.
His Ogwin.
His Grok. His Grok did not just do it for Falcons.
We do understand the frustration though. Even if you're part of AB brand, there's also that hint of revenge. Just so they could finish this week strong, especially on the week number 3 of MPL. You're looking forward to somehow change the story, change the chapter here. And for us to open the chapter, let's head on over onto the Land of Dawn for match number 1, game number 1. Both looking to change their fate here for our week 3 last day.
I'm excited to see how they're going to be starting off with the rotations, especially with a Benedetta. So they set the Grok wall. That actually going to delay the minion? Yes, it will.
Yeah, it does.
It will, yeah. And with the Mighty Swing as well, so we could see, or we could definitely see some early pickups here for Team Falcons. But looking closer onto the lineup for AP brand, with the Benedetta for Lord JM, we've seen his performance, Renmar, and it's too early to say that he's going to be phenomenal yet, right?
Yeah. Hopefully we get the better side of the Mr. 50-50 for Lord JM's Benedetta. I mean, the last time we saw it, he was hitting those petrifies and combos, but there were times where his opponents were just ready for it because he became too predictable in his movements.
And so far, if you're too predictable, which means your whole rotation will be disrupted. Now for Team Falcons, there's the famous delay onto Ogwin's Grok.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and do that. You got Aqua was down there to get some of that extra XP, of course.
Yeah.
But nothing too crazy. I think this is one of those lineups, too, for both sides where you really have to wait for that first objective for either team to get that first blood.
And so far, Xnova and Ferds, with their all-time MDL Philippine assists, ranking 3rd is Xnova, and while Ferds is ranked 6. That's 835 and 666 here for Ferds. He has to channel his inner demon here for game number 1.
Impressive stats. MPL Philippines setting their own records as well. So heavy bottom side rotation for AP Brent so that they can really put priority into Lord JM. But Ferds has been handling the lane very well so far. Good pressure. I think this could be a big 50-50 when it comes to the first turtle.
Yep.
Most likely Kaltizi is going to be getting his purple buff first and then going for the turtle take. Ogwin, rapid boots rush, and they continue to pressure the Uranus, which Ferds, again, handling the lane very well so that he doesn't get ganked.
And that's a perfect opportunity here for Team Falcons to kind of delay and waste AP Brent's time there, just trying to get Ferds. And now the first turtle is up. There's 4 members here for AP Brent, even for Team Falcons. I think they just might contest this one.
Jumping in already. Melvin doesn't have that Tsunami Slam, but they're going to break it out anyway. Feathered Airstrike.
What?
But Few goes down first. Aqua laying down the covering fire. Ferds next to follow. Right now the 1-for-2 trade, but James Panks is gone. So no turtle here for the taking.
Yep, gonna be a quick little reset here. Kaltizi and Ogwin will be able to start things off, but with Aqua and Xnova close enough to contest, similar to Lord JM, that's an entry!
He goes in with a Tsunami Slam anyway.
Whoa.
Kyle's trying to get away with the quad shadows. He'll juke the best he can. Still on the run, but he's got nowhere left to go. AP Bren will take out the jungler of Team Falcons. Now Lord GM zones out Ogwin. It's a hard-fought battle, but the turtle finally goes to AP Bren.
Just when we were about to analyze things, and there's a continuation here for AP Bren.
Yeah, I really liked how Xnova really saved his flicker there. I thought he used it earlier in the fight, but then he was able to utilize it so that he'd be able to pick Kyle TZ, and then eventually that led to AP Bren taking control of the situation again, and that's good because now with Shizo being able to build the Enchanted Talisman at around 330 or counting less than that.
Yeah.
So pretty much all within the timers right now for AP Bren. Falcons needs to find a way to recover, and a gold side gank should do it, but with how Shizo has been playing, might not be able to find it.
Oh, there's an opening.
Oh, no.
Shadow kill.
Shadow kill is going to be used. It'll take Shizu as well, so a good decisive play up top.
Just when we were about to highlight that Shizu is getting all the attention and space that he needs, there goes Team Falcons answering him this early.
Yeah. For a second, I really thought that Shizu expected that there would be members of Falcons there because the map already showed it in terms of how they rotated, how the last major sequence was in the bottom side of the map, and his point of view top side. Shizu should not have gotten caught off like that. A bit of a miscalculation by the AP Brand Gold laner.
Maybe he was too relaxed. Just getting on the combinations here for Xnova that they didn't see or hear anyone passing through the riverside. But looking closer here onto Team Falcons, what we're mentioning was that they were a bit too greedy onto the first turtle fight, that I do think that it could favor them both if they ever stop onto Ogwen just going head-on here onto Shizu. But speaking of Shizu, there's going to be a counter play yet again. Xnova onto the back.
Oh, Xnova, I thought he was going to jump under the turret, but he saw the rest was there. There's the charge. Ogwen could be in trouble. Tsunami Slam back into the turret. They bring Ogwen back. He'll flicker, but can't escape. A feathered airstrike from Aqua, picking up another. AP Brand fighting back in that one.
Hopefully y'all are seeing what I'm talking about now. It's like Ogwen said go, the other members of Falcon said no, and that just looked so mistimed. That was a very awkward tectonic charge that AP Brand, Ogwen's not going to have that CC immunity. He said, all right, let's get this Grok.
Okay, we're back to square one here for Team Falcons. Kind of confused on what their strong formation is. What is the strong in their vocabulary? Because right now, it's not looking that strong.
Oh, he wanted to go for Aqua, use a Shadow Kill anyway. It takes Shizu to half. But Turtle's up here. It's going to be started by Xnova. James Panks makes his way, so this might just end up being a turtle in the hands of AP Bren. First trying to delay it a little bit further. The rest of the team making their way. Kyle uses the shadows, goes in, but James Panks will get the turtle. It's going to be a fight anyway as Lord JM gets out with the final blow. They'll come slamming down into the title strike, and he gets on out. Ogwen had to use the tectonic charge on out.
Yeah, I think he was able to get away just in time there. How easy, unfortunate on the Retribution battle loss, but at the end of the day, that was still a good contention by Falcons. An even better hold by AP Brand. They are playing a more stable tank fighter jungler, so they can just take it a little bit more easy when it comes into the big fights.
But Shizu isn't taking it easy right now. He wants to establish a huge lead here on the Team Falcons, and it's looking good here for AP Brand. Kyle easy on the Lord JM.
Oh, he tries to can't get away. Set it up so well. Ferd's down on the bottom side, so it might be a trade. Of course, the turret does go down. Top side, James Banks getting caught into the ramparts. Feather airstrike to try to help him to get away, but James Banks, he slides on through. And here's Ferds. I don't think he's going to be able to catch up. Gets zoned out. Great play there from AP Brent.
I feel like for Team Falcons, they're kind of confused on their shot calls because they're so over the map. You have this Calteezy trying to go for the numbers pick up, but the other members as well is kind of just confused onto who to target here for AP Brand. Looking at their Infinix in-game equipment, still leading here on the side of AP Brand.
I like the Oracle Rush here actually for Xnova. Better access to cooldown reduction while at the same time giving himself sustainability, which is needed in these in the many fights that they're going to be seeing against Falcons with a little skirmishes off. Rashi's already up to a Feather of Heaven just now. Few building up the tough boots. So I like how AP Brand, we talked about Falcons box. I like how the AP Brand box, when it comes to them retreating, there's always coverage in the back for if ever Ferds is trying to go for a late entry, another member of Falcons tries to go for a late entry. Here's an entry by Xnova.
Do they want to, I would say, do they want to commit to Ferds? He already pops the Consecrate, but they're going to chase him down anyways. On force, jumps on it. Shizu will go in to clean up. And it looks like they might just trade for the turtle here. It's up now. Team Falcons will start it up. Lord JM and James Panks might face this off. The rest of the team runs on down. So without Ferds, this could be a little difficult for Team Falcons to take. Ogwen using the conceal, going on the off angle. Xnova is there. Has a title strike. There's the charge again. Xnova gets out. They're going to fight. Fuse in trouble. Has to pop the beacon, but James Panks will get the turtle. Still going to break it out. Shadow kill already committed, and Kyle will get caught. A feathered airstrike comes down on Fuse. No! He can't escape Aqua, and they're on the run. Aqua's still chasing Ogwen, a sliver of health, but AP Bren won that fight.
This is what I was talking about, that they're too all over the map. Before the third fight, Ferds went down.
Yeah, and AP Bren just looks so stable. So what they did before that turtle is what we have always talked about in the past. It's a classic blacklist rotation. We call it the 3-2 split. Three members of the team go opposite the turtle lane, while the EXP laner and jungler get left behind in the turtle, even if there is a numbers advantage on the opposing side, considering that you're playing around the Fredrin, and in this case, a Benedetta. That is a strong duo that can hold, so that the other members of AP Brand, the three, can go and join in the turtle. That is classic 3-2 split.
And you would think that a team like Team Falcons would know that rotation, right? But I'm kind of confused, like, they're forgetting the basic fundamentals. When three of the people are missing, when it comes to the objective fight, you're sure to see them onto the opposite lane. And right now, it's opposite for Team Falcons. They're just crumbling down. They're finding the right targets, but not the right pick up for smart targeting here for Team Falcons.
Oh, Lord JM, he used the Petrify. He got the turret. I guess he's happy with that. He knew that he'd probably get caught out, but he gets a tier 2.
Yeah, so this is one of the lights of hope here for Falcons. Wait, in the mid.
They're going to be able to get the energy eruption off Team Falcons, though. Eye in the tier 1 mid lane. Appraiser's Wrath with a fettered airstrike. Look how much damage one shot does to the Team Falcons lineup. They have to back off, so can't even put pressure on tier 1 and mid.
Yeah, good call by APBR to actually commit a lot of their abilities to clear that minion wave.
Ferds again.
Ferds again. He's tanky enough, but can he get away? He had to pop the Purify. A whole lot thrown at him. And again, this is why teams like this hero, this Uranus.
Yeah. Okay, they're finally seeing the silver lining here by picking up the ranges here for Ferds just to try and waste the time here for APBR.
Oh, Kyle's jumping in. He's going for Aqua. He'll find him with a shadow kill. And now Kyle Teasy on the run with the shadows. He gets back towards the Lord. They're fighting in the jungle anyway. X-Nova is gone. Team Falcons fighting back, forcing APBR out of the jungle. Shizu takes a couple shots with Rhapsody. Couple Daytonas. Lord JM able to keep Super Marco from potentially getting a kill on Shizu. They did all they needed to secure, hopefully, this Lord for Team Falcons. It's held up.
They're off to a great start. That's a 3-for-1 trade-off before the Lord take.
Oh, no.
Ogwin, Lord JM, if he somehow does something here...
There's no
way. All right. Way too risky.
Way too risky. Shadow kill going to be used. Oh, Lord JM. A sliver of health will go through like the final blow on out. He survives. He didn't get the Lord or anything, but he got some information. He gets out.
Yeah, you know, that's such a tight window to pull off what Lord JM did. There was a chance he would have just bumped into the wall, awkwardly so, but he was still able to get away. Ogwin, good coverage.
Tectonic charge again. They're going to go for it. Few jumps in with a beacon. I think they're just going to have to disengage. A whole lot thrown here from Team Falcons. But APBR will be okay. They're going to go ahead and fully reset and get back to the base.
Okay, now we see better trades off here for Team Falcons, and especially onto Ogwen hitting the right targets with a tectonic charge. And to add up to that, with Ferds going onto the sustained front lane against APBR, that's the job of your Rangers. Just try and get all that you can, waste their time, and for Team Falcons, all they needed to do was just wait for their time. And the time is right now as the Lord marches onto the top lane.
One of the few times I'm very happy to see a brute force breastplate rush at the hands of Ferds on that Uranus. That item is what's keeping him alive in especially the sequence that the members of APBR were trying to take him down before Ogwin and Kyle Teasy pulled the trigger on that big team fight at around this purple shrub, leading to this scenario now with Falcons in the lead. So now it's just up to Falcons to not drop the ball here. They should expect X-Nova to commit a conceal, flicker, tidal strike into the tsunami slam, and they have to be ready for that. And so they have to play a little bit more back in the bushes that they hold. And if ever someone's going to be playing forward, make sure someone is there to back them up. Let Ferds go front. Let Ogwin be the guy to answer with a surprise crowd control counter. Let your Uranus provide the vision.
I think part of this, too, is just, you got to remember, APBR had a pretty good lead. 4,000 at one point. It's been diminished. Team Falcons clearly have fixed some of the things we were talking about in the early game, like that box, like that formation, being able to get a lot of attention from APBR. I mean, think how many times we've seen APBR throw multiple ultimates or resources at Ferds, for example. And so now you're going to have to see APBR shift the focus on how they approach this. So I think that's why you have this kind of steady moment, obviously leading into that first objective, or the next objective, which is the Lord here in about 30.
And for Team Falcons, all they have to do is somehow stick their ground onto letting Ferds light up the way before Ogwen tries to go for the surprise move. And we've mentioned the strength here for Team Falcons was that if they're inside that box, they were able to counter out APBR because all of their resources was wasted on the Ferds. But alongside with that, for Team Falcons, one of the steady pillars is actually Super Marco delivering that bullet.
Ooh, Kyle Teasy's found some pretty good pressures with the shadow kill. Now on Lord JM, again, perfect timing. Lord is up, but you can see Team Falcons will go ahead and push this lane a little bit further, potentially get that tier 2 down. It's just a hit away. And now go for this Lord here.
Very great move there by Falcons. Kyle Teasy empowered by the fact that he actually stole the orange buff maybe around a minute ago. Funny because APBR sort of looked like they leashed it for him. And now they're going to be holding priority in this Lord. Look at this three-man front by Falcons. APBR will not get close. They concede.
And that's the flashy mid that you want. And for Team Falcons, they finally soaring high right now. Especially onto taking charge, onto denying the jungles here for APBR. And this is a great thing if you have mobility when it comes to the assassin jungler for CalTZ. Meanwhile, for APBR, I do think that they haven't maximized James Pank's prowess yet with holding all the front lines because they were too dependent onto trying to let Lord JM try and find targets here for Team Falcons.
They should still be able to like defend this though. This Lord push here for Team Falcons, even though they have this lead. The clear from APBR is going to be pretty good. Obviously, you have a Harith, you have Aqua here on the Farsa, Lord JM to an extent as well. So it's not an easy game-winning push for Team Falcons unless somehow, some way, they're able to go ahead and capitalize on a pickoff or get one of those key members for the defense from APBR down. So Lord's going to go ahead and march in to the base, takes down that bottom base turret. We'll see how they clear it out. Should be pretty quick work, though, and Team Falcons will have to adjust from there. They don't have any waves pushing in yet.
Yeah, all right. So that people don't think I'm just an Ogwin hater, I don't think he's Master Ogwin just yet. Middle management Ogwin, I think, is a good baseline right now. You're not there, up there in the board of directors, but he has been playing a pretty damn good game for Falcons.
At least he's promoted, right?
Yeah.
And there's the promotion that you want. APBR is defending inside their base. CalTZ, there's an attempt. X-Nova from the back.
He's who he's going to go for. He goes in with Tsunami Slam. He's able to find one. CalTZ still low. Pops a Shadow Kill to survive a little bit longer. He does go down, though, as Shizu picks up a kill. And now, down to member, there's the Rampart, Lord JM, taking the front of the damage, and Team Falcons, they lose their jungler, and APBR stays full health.
That's a very nice pick of here for APBR, surviving plus eliminating CalTZ.
Yeah, and that was really good, actually. X-Nova did not expect that he was actually there, so quite late. Ogwin, though, I will have to harp on Ogwin again. His Tectonic Charge saved that sequence for Falcons because he was able to get Shizo down. Yes, APBR were able to get the big kill onto CalTZ, and that means they won that sequence, but that could have been significantly worse for Falcons. They only lose one.
Yep. Tsunami Slam again. It's going to be Ogwin. So tanky. X-Nova is going to be in trouble now as Super Marco picks up the kill. Another exchange, and Team Falcons ready to go ahead and continue on. The Zaman Force on the defense. There's the conceal. Ogwin trying to charge up. Drops down the Rampart. James Panks can't go anywhere. He slides on through the wall, and Lord JM will jump in with Electo final blow, though. He's going to get run down. There's the Shadow Kill again from CalTZ. Lord JM has felt this 3 times now.
I heard the why there, Renmore.
Yeah, I mean, I will leave it at that. I get it. I know what you want to do there, man, but they are already on the back foot, and they all have items that give them just a little bit of movement speed to get away from you. Yeah. Could have been a little bit better there for Lord JM and APBR, but you can't fault them for trying. Ogwin, though, that wall started it all.
But still, it doesn't mean that if you can, doesn't mean that you should do it, right?
Ogwin's trying to get promoted, man. He's trying to get promoted on the Renmar Renmar test.
The man is doing all that he can, working 24/7, 7-day shifts.
Yeah, he doesn't just want to be middle management now. He wants to be supervisor, Ogwin.
Okay.
Working his way up. Oh, good conceal by APBR.
Okay, working their way up.
Nova jumping in, and they're going to fight it anyway. There's a Tectonic Slam charge. Again, Ferds jumping in, trying to zone out Aqua. Shizu's going to help him out. Ferds pops into the crown, and X-Nova is gone, and Ferds is still alive. And now Team Falcons on the chase. Another winner crown going to be used. CalTZ's working on it. The Lord, he'll secure it, and James Panks goes down with X-Nova. APBR loses 2.
Little by little, we are seeing them back in their top form. Ogwin again. That is 3 major sequences now. But then even Super Marco, hey, Bulletproof is back. 7-0-2. APBR, they're scrambling and they have to defend this Lord.
Okay, now we see you guys and Team Falcons establishing that huge lead, especially picking off important players here for APBR, and now they're looking to finish this game.
The Petrify will catch KyleTZ, but it might not be enough. Shizu's coming down the Zaman Force. He's got to clear out the Lord. X-Nova jumps in too. They got to clear out the minions. Lord still up. X-Nova could be in trouble now. He takes a couple shots from Super Marco. Picks up the kill. Base being worked on. They'll just lock it in, and Team Falcons will take Game 1.
Now they're back at the game, soaring high. Might be a shaky start, but still, ending the game strong against AP Bren. That's the first game win for Team Falcons.
It's been a while. It's been a while. I got quite scared there in the final siege. Lord JM, I did not expect that. That was the right call. Yes, he was only able to pick down Kyle Teasy, but you're already building advantage for your team. That's one less body to deal with. But then the problem is there was already a massive lead for Falcon. Super Marco had all the space in the world. He did end this game bulletproof. Terrific effort by AP Bren, but Falcons are slowly starting to get back to their old form.
It was like one of those things where it's like it starts out kind of rusty, you know, and then once they get warmed up, then you're hitting the reps, you know, a lot smoother for them because you were right in some of the things that Ogun was trying to set up and everything, and it just took some time. And I'm still surprised at how much damage Ferds was able to tank up on this Uranus, and how many ultimates, how many spells, how many just decisions he ate up from AP Bren deciding to go for him. Even in that one of those last sequences, he was able to do so much. So again, props to them for figuring it out towards the end of the game. Got smoother along the way.
Yeah, and you know, if Ferb survives, you're doomed if you're AP Bren.
Yeah.
The moment that we saw, wait, you're still alive, Ferds? And that's a GG push here for AP, or rather Team Falcons. But so far for MVP for game number 1, it's going on to the hands of the Bulletproof yet again, showcasing his skills with a Ranger pick, a Super Marco, our game 1 MVP.
Still the same.
Yeah, still the same.
Never change, Marco.
So, the double hand wave, the barely there smile.
Can I move yet?
Can I move yet? All right, thank you. And he is the MVP. 0 deaths on him. And yeah, he just played a terrific game overall. I think it was probably on his end that the call to gank Shizo topside after Falcons lost Turtle 1, and which eventually led them being able to build a little bit more advantage. Oh, right here. I think it was actually Super Marco who was feeding the information and probably called Ogwin and I believe it was Few up there to say, hey, guys, I feel like we can get this guy. And then after there, it was just a slow climb back for Falcons. They were able to get pick after pick and answer very well through what we described in the draft as the very clear game plan for Falcons. Number 1, let your Uranus front. Number 2, let Ogun be the guy to follow up and answer with a big tech charge to counter what AP Bren throw in a team fight after they see Ferds.
Be the shadow for Ferds. So far, Ogun is doing a terrific job onto the mid and latter part of the portions here onto our game. You know, for AP Bren, I do feel like onto the early facing, they've got this in the bag. But we were kind of confused that you know that Ferds is going to do this. They're just going to waste your time.
Yeah.
They still gave up all or most of their resources just to try and take this guy down.
Yeah. I think that's a little thing that they needed to recalibrate is, yeah, you could bring the Uranus down, but don't blow out all your abilities to take him out. Because that means you've wasted already so many resources to try and just take out the Uranus that can eventually heal back the damage you deal to him anyway. And it's unfortunate because this was a fantastic game by Aqua. He was a menace for Falcons to deal with. He's still so dang good, dude.
Yeah, they were too tunnel vision onto their range that they forgot to somehow check onto other lanes. They did check off Super Marco so far deathless, and then there's also the fact that we mentioned that Aqua was still playing so good.
Yeah.
You have that circle, you have that strength, but you're not using it right. After getting most of the kills onto the early, what's next? Where's the consistency here for AP Bren?
Well, I think that's where they had to rely on, you know, what was capable for James Banks or even Lord JM. Of course, AP Bren had their own mistakes throughout this game, but even so, like, for example, like the Fredrin, it's still like the impact of the Fredrin, if you compare it to obviously the Hayabusa, is generally going to be different anyway as heroes and their purpose. But even so, I just feel like we didn't get to see that work in the way that AP Bren probably wanted it to. Yes, you have the ability to go ahead and catch a couple people with the energy eruption, and you can work well with the Kalea, but it just didn't come to fruition. Like, the idea of the concept of the lineup is there. It's just after some mistakes and then the adjustments from Team Falcons and them having a better time, because you gotta remember, how many times did Kyle Teasy put pressure in a lane, and a lot of times it was Lord JM, he picked up a kill, you know, and in those moments where you're down a number, that's where Team Falcons likes to play. That was their play style before, you know, it was let's go get a pick and then get an objective. Like, that foundation of Team Falcons, even though it's Ferds in here playing, that's still true to them. I think, again, that's been why they've had this adjustment period into the current meta that we are in, because the current meta is shades of all the eras we've been talking about for the past 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And it's definitely still evolving now. And I mean, that's going to be the case for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of a Benedetta XP yet. Because so far, I do feel like you need an additional damage and setter if you're going for a Kalea. Because you're too dependent on who X-Nova is going to catch. Yes, you're able to get micro plays against Kaltizi. But after that, what's next? What's your next move? Without the Petrify, the Benedetta is still just a Benedetta. And you cannot really dodge all those bullets from Super Marco. So I feel like if Lord James is given much more of a hero that fits his playstyle, that could have been an AP brand game. But so far here for big titles, we have the BPR rich guy, Super Marco, that less with a GPM of 806.
Again, everything which is set up well for himself to shine. Yes, it demanded that Kyle, TZ, Few, and Ferds needed to play a little bit more risky so that they can provide even more space for Super Marco. But eventually, since Falcons played a much tighter and improved formation most times, not gonna say all the time, then that means Super Marco was able to shine and walk away as the BPI rich guy. For the side of AP Brand, this is one of the reasons why we posed the possibility of an Esmeralda. I will say this now. I like Lord JM's Esmeralda significantly more than I like his Benedetta. His Esmeralda's very stable and would have done, I feel like, a better job in the composition that AP Brand brought out here, playing a bit closer to the Fredrin instead of playing so far that then suddenly the whole team needs to adjust around this Benedetta as the game goes on.
Yeah. It's like a midlife crisis here for Lord JM. Like, what am I going to play? Okay, I'll go for the Benedetta. But still, you don't want to miss out on the next games for today, and don't miss out on this early Christmas gift because tickets are now at 189 pesos from September 5 up till September 19. So go to the MPL Philippines website and secure your tickets now.
That is, again, we'd like to go ahead and let everybody know that in the Philippines, we like to start celebrating Christmas in September. It's Burr months.
There's a prelude of November for Halloween, and then we're back again for Christmas season.
Yep, and right now we're back for you guys to snap a photo of any MPL PH player during very specific moments while inside the venue for a chance to win diamonds.
Yeah, use this graphic as your shot list, snap the photo, use the hashtags, make sure your profiles and your posts are on public, and you have until September 8th to submit your snaps. Make sure you are a member of the MPLPH official group. Get a chance to win MLBB diamonds. Make sure all the hashtags are on there. That is a hard requirement, folks.
And that's why you have to take advantage of our huge discount for our MPL tickets, because you're able to go and participate for our Snap a Photo if you are a ticket holder for MPL Arena. But before we head on for our game number 2, which won on to the favor of Team Falcons, we're going for a quick break, going on to our All Access.
Message ko lang sa APBR na huwag kayong matakot magkamali. Lagi niyong gagawin yung best niyo para wala kayong regret sa uli. Tiwala kami mga Beast community sa inyo na makakapag-playoffs at balang araw mag-champion din kayo.
Good luck sa Aurora. Lalo na sa idol ko si Edward. Gusto kita makita sa M7.
Kay Edward tsaka kay Domeng, kahit sana makapasok sa playoffs.
Domeng, galingan mo. Katulad kita mag-arit.
Ang message ko lang for Onyx, galingan nyo guys. Let's take this season one game at a time. And I know babalik din ang Corona sa mga Sonic. So yun lang, whatever the result, we're gonna support you all the way and God bless.
Sinusupport ko pong team ay Team Liquid and sana mag-champion po sila ngayon. And galingan nyo dahil nasa inyo na si The GOAT, Carl TC.
Para sa Team Liquid, galingan nyo and pagpatuloy nyo lang yung pagiging champion and depensahan nyo hanggang dulo. And para sa idol ko, Oheb, galingan mo lagi.
So message ko sa sinusuportahan kong team which is Twisted Minds. Sana magtuloy-tuloy yung momentum nyo kahit na mas marami sa inyong rookies. Patunayan nyo kung sino talaga kayo.
Onyx Philippines po, tsaka si Kelra. Galingan nyo lang basta kahit manalo-matalo, siya ang pinakamagaling sa amin. Sa Omega pa lang, siya na ang pinakamagaling.
To Onyx Philippines po, you had a great start na and just continue and consistency lang and just give your all until the playoffs and finals. Hopefully.
And those are the heartfelt messages and support from our super fans all over the different families, starting with the Mines, we have the Cavalry, and of course, I do like that they show their support live here on the MPL Arena.
a whole lot of families, a whole lot of course, supporters here. And again, you got to give it up to our audience, not just our super fans and everybody that's made it out over the past couple of weeks here. Because let's be honest, the weather has been pretty crazy.
It's been cheeks.
Yeah.
That's what the kids say these days.
Cheeks?
It's been very cheeks.
What does that mean?
The peach emoji.
Why is that? Why is that a thing?
Cheeks. I will explain later because I do not want to lose my job, sir. Yes,
no, I get it.
There we go.
I was trying to ransack my mind, Peach. Where did I hear that?
I get it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay. I feel my age now. And
we're all roughly the same age.
We're all roughly the same age.
Right?
We're all mid-20s, right?
Yeah.
Liar.
I'm sorry, I wasn't
You're
briefed
cheating me,
about
bro.
the age. But right now, we have to somehow discuss the conditions here for APBR. We've seen the keys to victory earlier, right, Redmar? But for me, it's all about the hero for Lord JM. As we all know, XP laners are the tempo controllers also here for our games.
I'm going to say this now. Give a little bit more time in the workshop for the Lord JM Benedetta. Because it's not an individual performance thing. It's more of like more cohesion with the rest of the team to make it work.
And now we're back to the blue side here for Team Falcons. They're going to be onto the first pick, but so far they have a very low win rate because of the recent happenings for weeks.
Well, I mean, just in general, Team Falcons, their stats are going to be pretty, relevant to where they are in the current standings, I think, is the way we can go ahead and put that. They haven't had a good start. This is probably one of the worst starts they've had that I can remember for these boys in the professional league. But there's one thing you can always count on. When you have a team like this, we've seen this actually before from previous teams as well, where they'll have a pretty rough start in the early portion of the season, maybe even the first half, and then somehow, some way, they're able to bring it back in the second half. We've seen this even last season.
Yeah.
So I would say, for a lot of the fans out there for Team Falcons or APBR, or any of the teams that might be kind of struggling, so to speak, quote unquote, there's definitely a lot of room for them to go ahead and have a better second half of the regular season. Now, what you can look at for Team Falcons is, even though they've been making some of those mistakes, Ferds has been playing really, really good so far in the games that we've seen him. I think you can continue to go ahead and play around that idea of utilizing Ferds. If that means picking up the Uranus again to just let Ferds do his thing, then let him do it. But he's actually a pretty action-packed XP laner as well. So Team Falcons definitely could play into that. You see here they are on that blue side. We got APBR on the red. I think for APBR too, I'd like to see James Panks be on a hero that's a little more proactive this time, a little better than the Fredrin, so to speak.
Yep.
And be able to set the pace, especially in the early game against Team Falcons.
Let us see some of those million moves if you're James Panks, right? So we're looking forward to a better matchup. And actually for the Houston Shin, it was actually opened earlier for the Game 1 drafting phase. And I'm still quite surprised if things or some teams are not really prioritizing it, even banning it. They're not even acknowledging it.
Yeah, I think that's why Team Falcons decided to pick up the Uranus as one of the first two picks on the red side, is because they were going into the next picks of APBR with the possibility of them picking up the Yisun Shin. What we've seen recently is, yes, Yisun Shin is still a very strong pick, but he is very susceptible to, if the rest of the team makes one big mistake in the river, suddenly the opposing team is just constantly invading you. The Uranus is one of those heroes that are very strong at doing that, so they decided to play it safe and just swerve into playing the tank fighting junglers. Now, Falcons decided to not respect that, but take out the Uranus option, because I feel like they've also shown to APBR how good and how strong a Uranus rush is. This might end up becoming a big swerve, where it's more of the same as the previous game, where this time, if the Lancelot is not open again, it's going to be another Kalea rush for Falcons. But if the Lancelot is available, just go ahead and pick up the Lance.
Or maybe they're willing to part ways with the Arlot. Because earlier, the Arlot was actually the third red pan here on the red side, and that was onto Team Falcons. But still, it's going to be the Lancelot pan out. So if you're going on to the Kalea, the Arlot is open here for Lord JM. And I believe that's going to be a better hero for him if ever.
Yeah. I think Arlot Moss, no, you don't need to rush a Moskov. Just go Arlot Harith, and again, it's fine. Or you get priority into the EXP lane.
Oh, you're
Farsa
right.
could be okay, but I wouldn't mind if they just go ahead and pick up the Arlot CC. Just show already where they're going to be going.
You just be straightforward, honest approach here for AP Brand. But I do love the Farsa play as well, just so they could eliminate the combos as usual with the Kalei and Farsa. Or they could also go for the route of an assassin here for James Banks as early as this one. Get the Yusin Shin and get the Arlot. If ever, Arlot Lapu. Put the Arlot on the roam.
Let's see what they do here. They definitely trying to really decide on how they want to approach this, and it's going to be pretty crucial. You can see the Hayabusa Jushin. Wow, is their choices. So neither of what we kind of threw out there. So does this mean that you can also just take that, like Team Falcons just go, hey, we'll take the Farsa and maybe the Arlon or something?
Yeah. There's also a potential Kimmy option here for few.
Or Harith, like.
Yeah. Okay. Kimmy Harith would be actually okay for Falcons, and then just swerve your jungle pick later.
Yeah.
Because one of the difficult things about now for the pick for Kyle TZ is if it's not going to be an assassin, on the side of AP Brand, they picked up a Juicin, which softly turns off the idea of utility jungles for Kyle TZ. So they might pick that up later. They prioritize the Lapu Lapu instead, despite the CC being open for Lord JM. But the Esmeralda can still come through at Red 3 or Red 4 later for AP. Pick up the Harith now if it's possible for Falcons.
Still, for Team Falcons, they're going on to the Joyer route here. Interesting pick here for Team Falcons. And they're just going head-to-head here with the Hayabusa for James Banks. Now, it's up to AB Brand to somehow get the Harith. Then just left the options here for the Granger, even Moscow for Super Marco.
I expect AP Brand to actually ban out the Granger. You know, and here's a little fun fact. Aqua is 5 assists short of hitting a 2,000 career assist milestone.
Okay, he's at 1,995 currently.
That's when I was born.
Oh, thanks for revealing your age.
I'm just kidding. That's not when I was born.
Yeah, he was
You
born
got me.
I was born in the 80s.
Really? Hey!
No, I'm just going to leave it out there, Athena.
I'm doing the math right now. What they're going to do.
Oh, Beatrix
and
ban.
Ban the Beatrix. What a respect. A direct ban here onto Super Marco.
Yeah, with the lineup, the first 3 picks here of AP Brand, Beatrix is very well warranted for that because you do need strong basic attack lockdown focus. At the same time, providing good AoE. And Beatrix, of course, with the multiple tools in her kit, are great at that. And as expected, Falcons take away an Esmeralda option from Lord JM. Wouldn't be surprised if they later ban out the CC as well. But then you have to consider the lineup of Falcons will crumble. So they're going to have to choose. If they ban out the CC, blue will be open. But they should do a little bit better. Well, the laning's going to be here or there. The CC's still going to be tough. If they ban out the glue, maybe Ferds will do, or give the glue rather, Ferds will do a little bit better in lane, but then when it comes into the team fight, you're not going to be able to help Ferds as much. So Falcons needs to pick their poison of what they'd rather deal with. Better lane or better overall team fight.
I think they're going for a better team fight if ever. But Farsa ban here for AP Brand. Just to, as you mentioned, eliminate the risk of that instant burst. But there's still the Kimi route here. Even the Eve, I am still waiting for the Eve here for MPL. But what would they ban out next year for Team Falcons?
Well, there's the answer. It's the Arlot, because we were talking about him earlier. Which actually could have worked pretty well for AP Brand. So,
yeah.
Is this their XP lane option then? Do they go this or do they go for the roam?
They waited too long for the Arlot to pick up. So, Team Falcons was able to get that out for game number 2. And I do feel like they're stuck with the kind of like the Hilda or even a new hero here. Will they go for the Terisla route here for Lord JM?
Please no.
Oh.
But I do feel like
do not approve.
Midnight will have a violent reaction as well with
I will
Terisla.
also have a violent reaction. You'll see both sides of the table of this arena suddenly just burst in flames because we're so mad.
Tranquility.
Okay, so they pick up the Badang. I think this is going to be the X-Nova pickup. Or we'll see. It's still very flexible. And now this means that AP Brand the Falcons have to think a little bit more because AP Brand showed a flex pick 4th pick. So now Falcons really have to choose their matchups wisely. I think still very strong basic attack lockdown would be important. Okay. Lo Yi, a few signatures, strong map control, and the team fight is harder for a Harrod. Granger in the long range. This is a well-rounded lineup for Falcons that APBR need a good, strong answer in the roam. I think they just park Lord JM in the EXP, then pick up a Kufra. If they're gonna put this Badang in the roam instead, then your EXP needs to be something along the sides of a glue. I'm leaning more towards a glue instead more than the CC.
What if they go and get the Hylos yet again from yesterday? Because, but maybe so. Just get a Kufra. Go for the comfort pick here for X-Nova.
I think that's good. Also, you got to be kind of worried because the interaction with the Lui Yi and the Joy is going to be pretty devastating. I think even early on, like it doesn't even need to be. You don't even need to be, so to speak, like level 4 for the Lui Yi. Like the interactions with her passive are going to be great. There's a CC. So funny that, by the way, the CC slips through at this point, being picked up last pick for APBR. So I hope they have the answer for that. X-Nova is going to be on that Badang, and you know, this is one of the things. This is the Team Falcons way of playing it. Lui Yi being one of those heroes that only certain teams like to draft up. Very similar and reminiscent to the Chip, like when we see Chip bring up, and allows you these macro options on the map that you normally wouldn't have, right? So that's definitely something. And the damage, like I was saying, one of them is going to have the Genius Wand early on, and that with the Joy working together is going to be doing quite a bit of damage early on.
Let's see if there's going to be a huge adjustment here for APBR as we finally see Lord JM playing one of his signature heroes. But for the survivability, yes, you have that Jushin as well, not easily picked off. Both onto the Purify, by the way, with the Harry here for Shizu. But let's head over onto the Land of Dawn for match 1, game number 2. Team Falcons still eyeing another game win to secure a match point before this week ends.
This is going to be a very demanding game for both the CC and Badang of APBR. With Falcons showing a Kalea Lo Yi combo. As long as Ogwin really just times his entries and respects the trading in the center of the map, then Falcons should be okay, giving even more difficulty to Aqua and X-Nova.
Yeah, and so far here for APBR, they just need to somehow capitalize here on the early phasing of the game, which went great actually for game number 1. But for this round, I do feel like they have the answer ready here on the Ferds by Lord JM getting the CC. But looking forward here for Team Falcons making their way onto the bottom side.
Yeah, early rotations, of course, as we always go ahead and look at it. But, you know, one of the things that I think for APBR too is the way they are going to potentially go for setup potential with a Badang early on is going to be great around objectives. So should be fine. He gets dragged back with the Lantern, but James Panks not level 4 yet, so won't be able to pick up that kill. But yeah, it depends on how APBR sets things up in the early game. Always the focus is that first objective, that first turtle that does come up. And with a Hayabusa, this is what I was asking for, man. I want to see James Panks with the moves, and he gets it. Oh, whoa, early. Okay.
That's why I said that Ogre needs to watch his positioning and respect the trading in the center of the map, because now with his flicker burn, he's going to have to think twice about his initiations.
And you're right.
Beat's already used here. Kyle could be in trouble. Level 4 from James Panks. Oh, man. Kyle TZ goes down. First blood in the hands of James Panks. Just as we were mentioning it, there it is.
Yeah, with Ogwin falling in the center of the map and Few having to go back as well. Because he was helping Ogwin, eventually the biggest victim of that all was Kyle TZ. He's going to be out of his rotation timings. And I think APBR... Okay, Falcons still might be able to contest this next turtle, considering that Ferds was able to find priority. Good curtain call!
Curtain call again. Tying them up here. X-Nova's there, but I think they still got to wait. Another little drag back with the Lantern. X-Nova will jump forward, but Few... still going to be fine. James Panks will go ahead and start with the turtle. The rest of the team, Team Falcons is here. Everybody wants to join this first fight. Even Shizu there in the mid lane came down with Marco. Turtle's going to go for the reset, so they're still fighting for it. Fighting for this positioning. It's just a soft reset. They'll jump in. James Panks gets the turtle. There's the jump in. Ogwin trying to find the mark here. He's in trouble now, getting caught away from the team. Slammed on down to his death. As Ogwin falls. Now Ferds jumps in. He's able to find James Panks. Oh, Ferds, you can't take all these guys on, even though you're the Lapu as he falls too. APBR wins that one.
going wild with the wild one, but still, that was a 2-4-1 trade-off in favor of AB Bren.
Yeah, well, we're seeing the domino effects of Ogwen falling and Kyle Teasy falling earlier. Though you got to credit from Falcons for trying. They decided to send Super Marco, which also sent Shizo out of lane and forced a big 5 versus 5 team fight. That was just handled very well by AP Brand. Aqua has been on point so far this series.
Yeah, and they're also maximizing the fact that Ogwen still doesn't have the flicker. So there are no surprise tsunami slams here for Team Falcons.
Yeah.
And looking closer, AP Brand taking the lead, as we mentioned. That's the condition for them to take game number 2. Just strive and get the tempo right away. And James Sang finally utilizing his mobility and million moves onto those clashes.
Yeah, good timing as well from X-Nova from the fist break so far. He's been able to maximize the Badang walls, and it's been messing up the tempo of the Team Falcons team fighting that they're really gonna have to start thinking a lot more about when the Badang brings up the wall and when they use their certain abilities, because if everyone's just blowing out their dashes, Kyle Teasy has been timing them well, but because he needs to.
Yeah.
It's part of his kit.
That's what's unfortunate too. Oh, hold on. They're looking to make a play down here. You can see Fuse giving the signal. They might visit down. I think they're going to see if there's going to be pressure, because Ferds can last at least a while on the Lapu Lapu alone. So I guess he gets the call. He's fine, and they'll get ready to set up into the next objective. But that's the thing I would say for Falcons is,
No holding
Ogwen.
back here. Nor Jay with the
Whoa! He's in trouble again. AP Bren, you just mentioned this, Renmar. The fist cracks are so good. The fist breaks, landing in motion. Super Marco will at least get a little bit of gold here, but now X-Nova making his way up top. He's going to get pushed off of it, but it was all just to get control of the second turtle.
Yeah, the layering of that was beautiful. Aqua with the lantern flare brings Ogwen up. Ogwen already forced the flicker. X-Nova waited for the fist break. Lord JM added the curtain call on top of that. And then the entry from the rest of AP Bren, making sure that they get through as well. I was just well-timed.
Okay.
There's a Tsunami Slam. Diversion up top. They're going to be able to catch X-Nova! He can't get away. This time getting punished. Team Falcons has had enough. But they also just get one, and there you go. Achievement unlocked. Aqua has now reached that 2,000 career assists. He's currently ranked 11 in total assists in MPL Philippines history.
Okay, with that marks the first step here for AP Bren. But that also marks the first step for Team Falcons to try and regain some of those missed positions here for Ogwen, and especially few. But so far here for AP Bren, they're still not that convinced that they're going to stop there with the CC just capitalizing onto somehow being the stronghold, onto being the aggressor here for AP Bren. But looking closer, Aqua actually has a glowing wand already here. Meanwhile, for the top lane.
Diversion again, right on top of Lord JM. Can't escape. Good play, and AP Bren gets the signal. They're going to go ahead and push down the mid turret, trying to take this tier 1. But Super Marco will keep them from fully getting it, but the one up top from Shizu does fall.
Yeah, the problem with that rotation by Falcons is, yes, they were able to heavily commit, but they only got 1 kill. What they lost was a tower up top, and even advantage in the center of the map, because now AP Brand holds it better, and they were able to make significant progress in the mid lane turret in the first one.
Yeah, and AP Brand just actually gets the gist of everything that Team Falcons is accomplishing, getting surprise, and of course the pickups. But what they're not noticing is that Shizu is still free to roam around the map. He's free to farm up, and remember, Harit, who is no polling this early, will be the headache here for Team Falcons as we head on over for the last turtle for this round. And X-Nova is finally getting the lead, getting charge here onto the left bush mid.
Somebody slam again. They're going to be able to find Lord JM. Lord JM can't escape the Daytonas. Oh no, they're in trouble. X-Nova going to be next. And there, Shizu's jumping in on the Dominant Force. They're going to look for a target. They find Ogwen. Now under the turret they go. A shadow kill there. But even with shurikens, he's not able to capitalize on the kill. Even though Super Marco got the Death Sonata off, it's still a 1-for-1.
We're continuing here. Onto the turtle. Kyle Teasy is just hiding. There's a diversion play. They want to contest this one.
They do. No! Shizu secures the turtle, even with the retribution used from Kyle Teasy.
Oh man, the retribution battles for Kyle Teasy have not been going well. Could have been absolutely disastrous by Falcons. James Banks and Aqua. Great interplay at the center of the map. And of course, X-Nova, I think at this point you can count on him to make the most of every fist break he throws out. And again, it throws off the tempo of Team Falcons' fighting. Then now they have to be careful of Aqua. He doesn't have a Sky Piercer yet. But from the tendencies that we've seen so far, this could blow up into one big team fight where Aqua walks away with a triple kill and then suddenly AP Brand takes control. Good diversion up top.
Diversion again. They're going for Lord JM, slamming down. Lord JM pops the vengeance. But again, the Destinata will clean up the kill. They're wrapped up with the current call. There's the fist break again. They're going to jump in. J-Pax will find Super Marco though. He's looking for more. Now Aqua trying to cut them off. Right in the center of it all, trying to bring back Few, waiting for the rest of the team to make his way, but Aqua has to disengage. Shizu's just around the corner though.
You know my secret MVP there was actually Lord JM, because he got to toss out the curtain call right before he died. And that's why James Banks and X-Nova were able to eventually catch up to Super Marco.
And at least he was able to somehow make it easier for other members to go for the counter-attack. And basically, that is what we want for Lord JM. Just try to think of the bigger picture for AP Brand. And looking at the bigger picture, actually, they're not really lagging behind. They're actually on the lead with 3K gold net worth lead here against Team Falcons. And not only that, they were able to shut down Super Marco this early. And that's just the proof that we need that there's certain adjustment has been met here for AP Brand.
Falcons needs to be careful a little bit more with their timings. I like how they're committing, but seems like overcommitments here and there while AP Brand still continue to play clean and solid. Again, this is, I feel like what we're seeing is a lot of the bleeding effect of the coach fundamentals delivered through Aqua. Oh, look at James Banks!
Few's in trouble. Oh, a sliver of health. Good thing he got the jump there. James Banks using that shadow kill, but hey, this is their opportunity now to go ahead and start the Lord. Few went back. He had to burn the flicker too. He still got the diversion, so he can go ahead and join this fight, and AP Brand won't commit fully to the Lord.
Okay, that's a great action or decision here for AP Brand, knowing that there is still a diversion play here for Few. Even without the flicker, they could go for miraculous plays. And as much as we want to see Super Marco on the front, you would want to protect him. You have a kind of a formation here that's too scattered for Team Falcons, which is why they're still struggling onto the CC taking charge here for AP Brand. And now the Lord might be continued here for AP Brand, or they just might let it go.
Okay, look at this formation by Ogwen and Kyle TZ. They're going to be coming through the mid. There's a diversion that's going to show up. I think Few's going to look for vision first or try to bait out a reaction from the side of AP Brand. Ferds is the one holding at the Lord pit. Quite risky here with how far Ogwen is, but he'll be able to join in quickly with a flicker and conceal combo. But Falcons are a little bit too spread out right now. They have to manage minion waves first.
Yeah, and they've got their actually first, especially holding on to the Spixel bush and the left mid bush. That's a really important positioning here for X-Nova, just to try and prevent the sandwich play that Ogwen is trying to accomplish. But right now, Few is also here. They could go for the diversion, honestly. And as you mentioned, right on cue, just a vision.
Little fake out there. Ogwen jumps in. Tsunami Slam right there. Marco lined up with a fist crack again. X-Nova could be in trouble. He can collapse down. Shizu drops down with his Dominant Force. X-Nova is gone. Ferds gets the double. And now AP Brand losing two are back on the heels. They got Kyle TZ out though, so Team Falcons can't get the Lord just yet. They're going to be able to get the tier 1 in the mid lane.
But they still suffered a bit of a damage there for AP Brand.
Yep, AP Brand still might be able to threaten in the map. I think Falcons were able to eventually take the tower because with Kyle TZ falling, if ever Falcons didn't get anything else after that, that still would have been a win for AP Brand despite them losing two. So now Falcons, okay, they have one target checked out, but now they have to respect this Harith even more. 4-0 and 1 is the standing of Shizo. Very close in terms of the goal between the Granger and the Harith. And the Harith is well and definitely unlocked. So Falcons, next engagements, need to really think more about the Juicin and the Harith. Yes, Lord JM is a very appealing target now, but at this point, the ROI that you're going to get through taking out the CC has hit diminishing returns. You're gonna have to really get the Juicin and the Harith if you want to give AP Brand a difficult team fight.
Yeah, you need to think of that AS. And now for AP Brand, you just have to watch your back, right? And Team Falcons on the other hand, they really watch that left bush mid. That so far, they were able to get two members out of AP Brand. Now we're going in onto where Ogwen is trying to play it safe here for Kyle TZ. Just let AP Brand start the Lord. As we all know, they will just reset it. There's still the threat here for the diversion. And as you were mentioning it, Ferds is still on the intel here onto AP Bren.
So doing the same thing here. It's the same positioning that we see from Ogwin. They're going to blitz it. Diversion's going to be used on the backside. And James Panks will get the Lord. But now they have to force the fight. Kyle Teasy on the run. And oh my, Ferds is gone. Now Ogwin is in trouble. Aqua goes in with a beacon. He's going to chase him down. He has enough. And there's the Sky Piercer Proc 2. AP Bren will take the Lord and take 2 from Team Falcons.
And they're complete here. The Bees are doing it, just marching their way onto the middle lane. And on the bottom side, it's going to be the Lord. There's now is the problem here for Team Falcons.
Shizu doesn't care. He just goes down and takes out Phil. They don't want to wait for this Lord. They're going to clear this out. They jumps in. James Panks goes in with the shadow kill as well to pick up another kill. And now for 3 bodies down, it's Ferds trying to do his best. He jumps up with the bravest fighter. He'll be able to find it, but they still have to deal with this Lord. They got to clear it out.
That's it.
They jump on in. Lord JM's too low. Shizu's going to lock on the base, and they're still going, but AP Bren will take us to game 3.
And that's it. And that's how you do it. The Bees strive harder, making it evident that they want to extend this series onto a game number 3. What a great way to start off our day for this doubleheader Sunday.
Yeah, and I got my wish. We're seeing a 3-game series where these two teams are showing some good things here and there that should give notice for the other teams in the higher portions of the standings. I have to be a little bit more critical of my Falcons there, though. That last Lord fight could have gone so much better for them.
Yeah.
I feel like they should have just taken the diversion.
The timing was off.
Yeah, the timing was so off, but they decided to walk into it. But if they took that diversion, they would have been angled for an even better punish against AP Bren. I feel like we're starting to see Falcons overthink a lot of the aggressive plays that they want to do because of everything that's happened to them so far this season.
And this time for game number 2, it's going to be James Panks as our MVP. A little bit of shakiness there, but a very stable lead here for AP Bren.
He was locked in, man. Great games here from James Panks because this is exactly what I asked for in the draft. You know, I was hoping to see it after the Fredrin game that we saw from game 1. This one was the Hayabusa, very impressive. He was able to make some very good pressure. Like if it wasn't a kill, it was pressure that he was able to apply. And it started from the beginning of the game all the way up there to the end. So a great MVP performance for James Panks.
I wanted some action, and they gave it.
They
here
delivered.
For game number 2. Yeah, they delivered so far. And one way to put it is also, this is what we want when we say we want a hero that fits Lord James' playstyle. Him taking charge versus him just trying to wait on the counter-attack. And very proactive attacks here for AP Bren. So far, even on their MVP highlights, we've seen some glimpses of them struggling with Team Falcons onto the surprise aggressiveness moves. But I do agree with Renmar when he mentioned that onto that last clash would have been in favor of Team Falcons if they didn't second thought this diversion play.
Yeah, Few could have gone there with Super Marco and they would have been in a better angle. Ogwin and Few would have ended up where Shizo and X-Nova eventually ended up so that they could have supplemented Kyle Teasy a little bit more. But the problem is I get it, they already lost a Lord, they didn't want to risk it. But that looked like a good risk to take. Shizo took a fantastic risk with this dive, and then James Panks even said, you know what, Shizo, I want one too. The Shadow finding Super Marco right away, tossing out his Shadow kill. That was mint.
Yeah, that was so good. That cleanup there. And, you know, it took AP Bren a little bit to get to this flow, I feel like, this flow in this game. But eventually they came together, they made it work. They also punished Team Falcons' somewhat hesitation on some of that. And, you know, this time, look at Shizu, 7-0-2 on the Harith. Very similar to what we saw Mr. Bulletproof do in the previous game. But, you know, this time it was in the hands of Shizu.
And that's the thing, if you're overthinking things, you're prone to make some mistakes, and that mistakes was a high risk that they should have taken. We know Team Falcons as a team that takes very high risky plays. But for that round, I do feel like that isn't their identity. And going back here onto our post-game stats and pathway here for Falcons and AP Bren, we could see that there isn't that much of a difference in terms of the macro or even onto the goal lead. But what went right here for AP Bren?
Well, AP Bren considering that now Lord JM is playing a hero that is a little bit more closer to the formation of the team, it looks like Aqua can just be like, oh, come, get here, bro. Stick close. Do your role.
Get over here.
Get over here. And then they play so much sharper. Again, there's a reason why I started pointing out that Falcons needs to recalibrate their focus. Yeah, the CC has a lot of deaths, but at this point, APBR won't care. Like, Lord James has done his job if he's already provided vision and thrown out the curtain call.
Yeah.
It's Aqua who already had a Sky Piercer. It's Shiza who had no deaths. Who this time he was like, all right, Super Marco, I can be bulletproof too. But then Falcons just slipped up on targeting the key players that they needed to take in the latter portions of the game that eventually came back to haunt them.
Yeah, it bit them on the dust. The A and the S.
Yeah.
Aqua and Shizu.
Heck
Yet
yeah.
again, they're going back to back here on the offense here for APBR. And that's the thing. These two are the ones to watch out for, especially with the Sky Piercer, right? With Aqua just chasing down members here for Team Falcons, which went right, by the way. And that is a kind of aggressive head that you want for your mid lane, especially if you got the gist of it. And Lord JM already exhausted resources for Team Falcons.
Yeah, it was great. Just execution and lineup that they had. Like I said, AP definitely had to put some of their own work into this, like making it work. Xnova as well, with the Badang, he was able to just interrupt the flow of what Team Falcons want to do in some of the fights. And that's what he does. That's what that hero does. He interrupts rhythm and flow of teams. Fist break, fist crack combo, and even though utilizing the flicker in some cases, it allows you to do so many things. And even as Renmar pointed, sometimes just the curtain call alone to slow them down or tie up some members of Team Falcons allowed Xnova to find those angles and make it happen here.
Like, whatever you can give, we'll take it.
Yep.
But Rishai will take every single objective here, and as well as capitalizing onto the skills. Our BPR rich guy, Shizu, with a 810 GPM, and also the carry for this round.
Yeah, Shiza was fantastic on this Harith. Great timing, and similar to the story of Super Marco in game number 1, when you have the other members of your team, specifically your roam, mid, and jungle, firing off on all cylinders. Gold laners are just expected to show up, get the job done, get the gold, get the kills. Shizo did exactly just that here. It wasn't unnecessarily flashy. He just did what he needed to do. He was like, you know what? I'm going to get myself on the highlight reel real quick with that final play.
Yeah.
But then that was it. Everything else was just like, job done.
And that's how you feature your gold laner. As long as you get the job done, it's not really on the attendance, right? You also have to play whatever your role is. And so far, that was a spectacular game here for Shizu. But by the way, guys, you could also be featured as the next MPL Philippines Super Fan of the Month. All you have to do is join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with those community, and just keep those interactions positive.
And we encourage you guys to also share, of course, any MPL-related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named the MPL Philippines Superfan of the Month. So make sure you guys go ahead and scan that QR down there and join us, because we love to also read your guys' inputs and the news you share, because honestly, some of you guys are smarter than us too. At least for me. I'm sorry, I'll say smarter than me.
I will never admit that.
I will, but that's why I specified me.
No, I'll be honest. I do learn a lot from reading a lot of the community comments. I think as the years have gone on, I find myself just going like, that's a really good point. Goes to the stat sheets. Oh, look, yeah, that does make sense. Revisits the VODs. Thank you, I've learned.
And to be able to get a title for being a super fan of the month here for our MPL discussions. But so far, before we head on to game number 3, let's head on over to our All Access.
Yung favorite season ko sa MPL is yung season 9, wherein namamayagpag po during that time was yung RSG Philippines. And since I've been a raider for so long and I really love Nat, so ayun po, I really love season 9.
Season 8 po, kasi po, ando pa po yung mga OG players.
Season 7, dahil doon nung first champion ng Blacklist International. Kasi doon ko po na-favorite si Oh My Venus. At season 7, 20.
Yung season 9, kasi nung season 9 first time ko makanood sa MPL ng live, then ayun, doon nag-start yung umaling ko sa MPL, kasi iba yung experience pag live talaga mo.
Yung last season, kasi po nakita po namin na kung gaano kagaling lalo na si Carl T.
Same lang po, fan po ako ng Team Liquid. Dati ba po?
Nung simula po nung umpisa yung nasa brain pa po si Carl. Kasi idol ko po siya, lalo na producer po.
Pinaka-the best na season po yung Season 15. Kasi po ako fan ako ng Team Liquid. Sobrang nag-dominate sila ng last season. Kaya ito, solid talaga Team Liquid.
How about you? What's your favorite season? Because so far, this is my favorite season yet. All the Infinix standings are all shaked up. A huge rumble onto our team so far. And all of those teams that were currently onto the top 4 for previous seasons are now onto the bottom side of our standings.
Darn, what's my favorite season? What's your favorite season?
Oh man, my favorite season, season 11. We got a raise. I casted a lot of days. Best English talent at the end of that. The MDL made its debut. It was a good vibe all around. I love season 11.
My favorite season, if anyone cared, was season 8 because that's when I came into the league.
Okay, I care. We care.
We care.
No, I'm just saying, because I'm sure there's someone in the chat that we don't care.
I'm pretty sure the moment you said that, someone's already like,
Start the game, casters.
Should I press enter on this? Yeah, I will. We can't start it because there's a timer up there.
I always want to say that. Like, when people are like, come on, start the game. It's like, brother, there's literally a timer above our head somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm loving the English desk, so we're allowed to say these things.
Not really.
We just like to say these things, Athena.
We're just joking about it.
We're just joking.
This is all jokes.
Okay, I'm learning fast, but am I learning right?
You're here with the two granddaddies of the English desk.
Granddad? No, I'm at least a grand uncle. The granddaddy is in the Filipino desk.
Sorry,
right now.
yes. By the way, the granddaddy is over on the Philippine desk.
Yeah,
everyone's granddaddy.
Our question is still up, by the way, on how many games has casted Rockard.
Yeah.
Because he's a very hard foundation here. Onto FPL. I'm dying out here. Help me, guys, because the draft is starting.
Oh my God, Athena, you're killing me.
Please don't clip this. I'm begging everyone in English.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Just pretend it didn't happen.
I'm sorry, Rockhard.
It's cool. It's cool.
You are a solid foundation for
Athena, solid was not the right choice of words.
I think I have to stop. But what's not stopping?
It's Rockhard.
Hey, let's get back to the game.
Okay.
We're going on to game number 3.
All right, we are going on game number 3.
Yeah, and for their side selection,
yes,
it's going to be AP Brand onto the blue side. Have I seen that right?
Yeah.
Now I'm questioning my existence.
No, yeah, I think you got that right. Okay, so if it's AP Brand going blue side, let's recap the bans that they had earlier. They banned out the Phovius, Fanny, and Lancelot first, putting a lot of focus into the picks that Ferds can bring out to the table, and of course respecting the picks of Kyle TZ in the jungle. If ever there's something that they're gonna switch up, I'd actually like to see them open up the Lancelot for themselves. I get why they would want to ban the Fanny, but if ever they do make that as the one that's left open... Oh wait, no. Banning blue side Fanny usually means they're saying that James Spence isn't that comfortable playing a Fanny in this kind of meta game. So with Falcons actually the ones going to the blue side now. Juicin is banned. We're not going to see that. I think they should forgo with the Kalea Rush. But if Baksha is left open and Lancelot are left open, oh, they ban it.
Oh, okay. So interesting.
Wow.
Now we see Povius not being prioritized onto the blue side. So this opens up the avenue, as you mentioned, that the Lancelot might be a possible jungler to be contested here for game number 3. Fanny might be banned out. Yeah, for AP Brand.
Good call. So yeah, we might see something different, I guess, in the jungle, which is going to be good. There's a Hayabusa ban. So this will leave either the Lancelot, also the YSS, open. And I know the YSS has fallen off a little bit here for some of the teams to go ahead and pick it up. But we can still see that.
Lancelot.
You want the Lancelot. You want the Lancelot for Kyle?
Yeah. I do want to see it onto the hands of Team Falcons. And then we get the Arlot here for AP Brand.
Yeah, I think AP Brand should be willing to take that trade.
Take it.
Fulvio, CC, they're gonna have to take out one. I think they're still gonna end up with a Harith against the first two. Falcons are not gonna rush pick the Fulvius. I think APBR are still gonna end up banning the Lancelot. They probably will not be willing to give that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do bat it out.
So just Kalea again?
I'd rather
Do they really
they
want-
don't. But then they banned out the Juicin, so
Yeah.
it really might just actually be the Kalea.
I feel like they could just let go of the Kalea and just give a here for Ferds. Give the Kalea here for AP Bren. Get the likes of the Arlot or even the CC here for Team Falcons.
Yeah.
It's worked into their favor onto their first week, right?
Yeah, CC Rush is okay here, but it is going to be Kalea.
Okay.
This most likely going to be one of the Harith pick somewhere here.
Harith CC? Harith Arlot?
One of those two. They rushed the Hayabusa earlier, but with that banned out, Lancelot, they're trading YSS, Fredrin, Joy in the jungle now is the jungler picks that we have to watch out for these two.
Okay, that's going to be the Harith here for AP Bren. As you mentioned, they just need to stick onto what works best here for Shizu. And I do feel like this is the time to actually get a here for Lord JM. Even the Lapu or even the CC as you mentioned is open. And surprisingly, it's going to be the ranges here for AP Bren.
Yeah, this is already a great first two picks, obviously, for AP Bren. Serves a purpose. Shizu, you know, he's been having a phenomenal series so far, so just give him the Harith. And then over here for the Uranus, like we just saw, you can tank up so much. You know, you can take up so many of the resources from Team Falcons, and it could, again, you could still say the Uranus could be flex. It's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
But it serves that purpose of just being that bulwark for the team.
I want Falcons to consider picking up the Selena here. I know Farsa and Kagura are the more obvious options, but I think a Selena would do really well. That provides a lot of space for Yeast and Shin in the jungle. They still lock in the Farsa though. I get it. It is the safest pick out of them all. But then now you're just going to be seeing James Banks. The Joy is an option and will probably be the pick. But again, as that guy who's been preaching him since July, please consider picking up a Kai.
Wow, that was a rhyme.
Yes, sir.
I like it.
I was thinking about it.
You're just a rhyming man.
10 out of 10.
I do.
What was that one you did last night? Something like the SOD.
And something about Sensui. Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Bring back the rap battle. Hashtag bring back the rap battle.
Bring back the rap battle.
Comment in
Just don't put
chat box.
just don't put me in there.
We'll make you dance.
Just when you think he's down.
Get the one-liner for Naisu. Like, yeah.
There's a Kagura.
Okay, so the intel here for AP Brand is to somehow overload onto the burst that Falcons is able to get with the Farsa, but on the safer route or action still onto the combos, this is a pretty explosive first P for Team Falcons.
It is, but also isn't Aqua one of the specialists on Kagura?
Yeah.
Like that, like he was one of those guys that brought it out even seasons back.
Yeah.
Because it's just one of those picks for him.
Yeah. There is an edit somewhere with Kagura's face gone and it's just Aqua's face.
Just Aqua's?
Along with Kagura's hair, dress, and everything. So yes, that has happened.
I'm gonna have to find that.
Yeah, you should. It's actually pretty funny. The problem is though, AP Brand is overloaded with magical.
Yep.
That they're. Oh wait, no, it's James Banks. They might be shoehorning this Uranus in the jungle instead, because in terms of the physical damage, they're gonna need it to come from either the EXP or jungle. Your best physical damage junglers are gone unless you're gonna show us something completely different here. So I think this is already a Uranus jungle.
Yeah, that's an angle that we could look onto, as long as it's not the Lucas, honestly.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I think AP Brand are even considering that option open.
The Lucas?
They might swerve and just pick up a Lucas jungle again.
Please no.
How do we feel about Lucas overall?
Very meh.
Just meh, right? Like, I mean, I remember seeing him yesterday, and I was
What's
just
the
like,
Gen Z term? Mid?
yeah, it's very mid.
He's very mid, yeah. You would know, you're Gen Z.
Yeah, it's very mid.
Yeah, I'll take that as a compliment. But not putting down the Lucas here for AP Brand, but I do feel like they could stick to the ranged jungle. But the Lucas, it's kind of tricky because it's already a Yusin Shin and a Farsa here. So you'll be having a hard time onto the contesting the jungle. But meanwhile, for APBR, they could still go onto the pathway of a Gatatkacha if ever here for X-Nova.
Yeah.
Or even the Badang. But the question mark is still, what's the hero for James Banks? Are they sticking their guns onto the Uranus?
That might be the best option to go for here, unless they're really willing to surprise with a different jungle pick. If they end up going for like a tanky fighter jungler, that's already too much utility. You're going to be just playing around that Harith. I think Falcon should take out the Gatatkacha at this point. Would slot in very well as a roam. That would mean 4 magic damage dealers and even more pressure for Lord JM to show up with a really good game here. What assassin are APBR considering here? Because even if they go Joy, again, that's an overload of magic, like irresponsibly so. And now it's bad. And now APBR is like laughing. It's like, okay, was that part of the plan? Were they baiting it out?
Yeah.
They might be showing something new here.
Maybe, because even Coach Jeff and Shizu smiled. And he's a man that doesn't smile that often. And now for APBR, options here for X-Nova still sticking onto the comfort. The Jawhead actually is open if you want that instant pick off. Or you could go still for the Kufra here for X-Nova. Hero is not a problem for him, especially coming from a global ban setup from MPL.
Yeah.
So they could still flex up until the end.
There it is, the Gatatkacha. You mentioned this earlier, Athena.
Yeah.
So they go to the Gatatkacha. This is also then leaves us to wonder if that Uranus is truly going to be flexed or not in the late, or the last pick here for them. We're still going to assume that we're just waiting to see the jungler pick, though, for APBR based on what we see here. Well, and so for Team Falcons, they still need their XP and gold.
So many options for it, surprisingly. You still have the Lapu, CC, Arlot.
Phoveus.
They didn't even try to limit his heroes.
I think the Phoveus would be good because you get the Harith there, too.
Oh, yeah.
So
big matchups here, and this will determine the picture of the draft, especially their team fighting. They go for the CC.
CC and the
Lunox.
Oh, okay, Lunox go. They go magic for magic. I think they're acknowledging that APBR is just going to have an overloaded magic damage and that this jungle Uranus might actually be the most likely outcome. Lord JM should just end up picking a Lapu Lapu or a Phoveus here. Would slot in very well. Unless they're gonna surprise. Unless this is an EXP Uranus and then we're waiting for a surprise jungle pick from James Banks.
Maybe, because... But by the way, so far, we've only seen the Lunox onto 2 gold laners, right? That's Calvra and Oheb. So Super Mario is going to be the 3rd Lunox user this season. And it really fits perfectly if ever we stick to the Uranus jungle here for APBR.
Are they gonna go like Hanzo or Ling?
Or maybe they're changing it. Yeah.
Suyo with debut.
With the Lunox Gold and the Farsa mid.
Wait, Suyo debut here for MPL. Oh yeah, I'm confused with MPL. Sorry guys.
It's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah, we did get to see it in MPL. Oh, this is risky. Okay, they have 1 main source of physical damage in the Suyo jungle. They have 4 magic damage dealers. But then, I think Falcons might have won the trade here, considering that they put the Lunox in the gold lane now so that there is a significant amount of magic damage. That doesn't mean it's a sure win for Falcons, because as James Banks were talking about, and I am not turning off the possibility that X-Nova will land unbreakable after unbreakable, and suddenly we'll see the man with a million moves with a marquee game.
It's all about mechanics and execution here for our 3rd and final game of our match number 1. Only one can move forward and end this week strong and finally with a smile. After multiple losing streaks here onto MPL Philippines, and now we're heading onto our 3rd game.
It's going to be an interesting one. I think this is poetic, though, for both these teams facing their losing streaks. They have to go to a game 3 to end that here. One will move on forward. Feeling a little bit better to close out week 3, and one will still feel that they're trying to, dig down and find something out here. Whoa, early on.
X-Nova
taking a couple shots. By the way, he's got Vengeance. Not the typical Revitalize we're used to seeing.
Yeah, considering that he is one of the biggest threats to him will be that YSS, and that when that Vengeance is up, Lord JM even has Vengeance. So those options, those choices for the Battle Spells actually mitigate what Kyle TZ can bring here to the table, making him more of a little bit of a utility YSS, just playing around his Mountain Chakras more often, with Kyle TZ really being very picky of when he's going to go for a full commit. That should still be okay for them, again, considering that they're playing around the Lunox in the gold lane for Falcons, but that means that's more pressure for Ferds to show up.
And you're right. Now for Team Falcons, actually, they've kind of not familiar with this lineup here for AP Bren, which is why the Sui is very important here for AP Bren to somehow maximize those early flashy moves as well. And for Team Falcons, this is the reaction that we're expecting.
They get the flicker out from Aqua, so that's just with a little title strike there. So, you know, some of these battle spells going out. Super Marco also had to burn his. Shizu was definitely putting on the pressure up there in the gold lane matchup here. So no one going down to the first blood, but the turtle is about to come up here.
And now, even AP Bren is trying to, like, get intel. Whether Team Falcons is going head on, placing themselves onto the RBM or right bush mid. And for Ogwin as well, catching Xnova here. Might be a contest here, but James Fan still hiding onto the bushes.
Oh, there you go. Xnova just zoning out Kyle TZ though. Turtle is going to be taken forward. Xnova trying to buy time. It goes down by Ferds. And now James Panks will get the turtle. I think they disengage from here. Not sure if Team Falcons will get any more, so they go trade things out there.
Okay, too much was handed out here for Team Falcons, but so far, that's still a turtle here for James Panks.
Yeah, good standard zone out by AP Bren. Oh, Few finding Aqua. Interplay with Ogun at the center of the map. So Falcons are getting kills. However, they are getting zoned out in the major objective team fights. As long as Falcons can keep trading, AP Bren can keep getting turtles. That's going to have to be the trade that Falcons will have to play around, because again, the two vengeances that Kyle TZ has to face every time makes him think twice. He did make the most out of his traceless in the last team fight, but that can only happen so much.
Yeah, you could only do so much with that pick-off here for Team Falcons. Pick-off.
Ogwin jumping in. He's going to be taken out by James Panks instead. AOG right there. Kyle TZ trying to get away, but he won't be able to. Xnova jumps in. Now they go in for the jungle. Few getting slammed down. He can't get away from that. Now Lord JM forcing Ferds back. Ogwin now trying to help him out, joining the fight. They want to go ahead and just take this. Lord JM takes a couple turret shots, but he's tanky enough on the Uranus, and they might be able to get this orange buff unless Kyle TZ lines up the shot and he'll secure it.
But still, it happened the way that you expected it, Renmar, with Kyle TZ having a hard time onto team fights against AP Bren.
Yeah, you got two beefy dudes who can just walk up to your jungle, take all the damage, and not care about it. So AP Bren, you're going to have to watch out for more rotations like that. Falcons, it's a good thing that Kyle TZ was able to charge up the Blood Floods just in time, so that once he got in range and the animation was just about to wear off, he let it go and eventually still got his orange buff. That was massive for Falcons. Good timing by Kyle TZ.
And now we have to somehow see some contest here onto the second turtle of the game, as Few places himself. Not much of an HP left though. Xnova and Lord JM guarding over on whoever will come forward here from Team Falcons. There's a taunt, but still we're waiting onto what's going to be the action plan here for Team Falcons. Owen moving forward, spotting Lord JM.
Owen's jumping in too. It's Lord JM and Xnova. Who are they going to pull the trigger on? Owen already going forward again. Few will be able to get the stun. Xnova taking the brunt of the damage, has to pop the vengeance himself, and now they're going to back off, but James Panks gets the turtle. Brilliant's going to be used. Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down, and it's members of AP Bren on the disengage. They gave up Xnova, but they got the second turtle.
Okay, that's going to be a kill over a turtle again, Renmar.
Yep.
What's the advantage here for Team Falcons if they getting kills over those objectives?
Well, if they keep getting kills on the roam and the EXP, that means that opens up a part of the map elsewhere. Case in point, look at topside. Now you see Shizu having to play back, but Aqua found Kyle TZ. The veteran moves of the ex-Raider.
Top lane.
They're going up top. Few flickering out. They're going to go catch him into the sandwich as Few is gone. And now Ogwin on the run, but it's multiple members of AP Bren come crashing down, and they'll take out another. So it doesn't matter, because right now AP Bren just got a whole lot up top.
Yeah, you get kills over objectives, but we can do it better. That's the game plan here for AP Bren.
Yeah, and that was all Aqua, not gonna lie. Him being able to find Kyle Teasy there meant that Falcons had to let go of the control that they had topside. They were already eyeing pushing out Shizo and taking down that tower. It ended up becoming a massive loss for Falcons. Now AP Brand has more control in the map. Genius Wand already for this Kagura. No wonder it's so easy for him to melt down any of the squishy backliners on the side of Falcons.
And to be able to spot out a Yisin Shin from those rows of frontliners here for Team Falcons says a huge lot from the experience here for Aqua. And now focusing on to Team Falcons, feels like they're just waiting or sitting ducks here for AP Bren because all they have to do is somehow go for the counterattacks. We're just not seeing yet of that instant burst here for Team Falcons.
This is tough too because now Contizi's, a little bit behind James Panks. He was about 2 levels behind, but he's slowly kind of catching up, trying to keep that gap from building. And they even just continue to put pressure on his side of the jungle. So it's AP Bren finding a lot of these little windows, a lot of these little moments across the map that it seems like Team Falcons is really trying to catch up to.
Yep.
So they're going to lose this tier 1. As AP Bren takes that bottom one up, and now third turtle up. There's a Tsunami Slam. It's X Nova again. Pops the Vengeance. They're going to force the fight anyway. Lord JM jumps in. Turtle already secured for AP Bren. Can they win the fight? They already pop out the Brilliance. Kyle TZ on the run. They're still fighting it out. Ferds falls. Another does as well. 2 fall for Team Falcons. X Nova has sacrificed himself. But it's all for the cause for AP Bren.
And now they see the consequence of letting go 3 straight turtles onto James Banks.
Double vengeance. And this is why this Yisun Shin pick is risky when there's a Uranus option open for the other team. And why I'm questioning as to why the Gauntlet Kacha was not banned by Falcons. But now they're just gonna have to find a way to recover because AP Brent, they are playing this. Honestly, not gonna lie, they're making this look so easy now because they realize, wait, as long as our vengeance is up, even if it's just X Nova, there's barely anything that Falcons can do to take down both Lord JM and X Nova fast enough that Shizo, Aqua, and James Banks don't have time to follow up. Despite us questioning if how well James Banks can do in this game, we did pose a possibility that we'll just see a very good game from him, and so far he's deathless. 4-0-2.
Yeah, simple enough. And that's a very good execution here for AP Bren. Sticking their grounds here onto the double vengeance play. Team Falcons, on the other hand, is kind of struggling. It's kind of depressing knowing that you have veteran players here, but still they're falling onto the basic fundamentals, onto trying to limit the heroes that will potentially counter you, especially with the Gatot Kacha being open onto the hands of X Nova.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling something. And it's not a smiley face. Ogwen?
Ogwen.
What is he going to do? Did he just conceal to get out?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think that was an escape. And if ever there was a side of a member from AP Brand that was just a little bit off position, he could have Tsunami Slammed them.
Yep.
This is rough.
Okay, let's go back to the start here for Team Falcons. We know they're kind of struggling here. Not kind of, they are struggling here for Game 3. But still, what are certain conditions that could be made so they could get the opening that they want here for Ferds and Ogwen?
Well, if they can somehow get James Banks first, that could be one of their best options. Aqua isn't going to be that easy to get, but we did see yesterday that was one of the reasons why Omega lost is because Haji just got suddenly picked off. Aqua's positioning has been really great, though.
Okay.
I think they want to force this. They're zoned off, though. Shocker going to be used. They're going to go in anyway. Aqua jumps in with the yin yang overturn. Lord already secured, though. James Panks get it. They could just disengage. A whole lot thrown. But they're fine. AP Bren gets the objective. Oh, there's a Sonic Slam that's going to come down into the AOG. Forcing the fight. Ogwen could be in trouble. X Nova pops the vengeance. He's got to run. James Panks went back and he's like, guys, we're fighting. What's going on?
Okay, that was a huge slip up there by AP Brand that they decided to commit that, but good thing Ferds was able to get the curtain call off just in time to make sure Falcons will be able to recover with some kills. AP Brand do still have a significant lead though that Falcons desperately need to break through, and that win in that team fight came more from an AP Brand mistake than a Falcons initiation. Yes, it was a Tsunami Slam that started things off, but it ended up becoming a bigger win because AP Brand slipped up.
And that is something that you wouldn't want to depend on, like waiting for errors here for AP Brand. And for Team Falcons, they need to be more proactive. I do like the fact that a perfect vengeance play here for Ferds, especially with the curtain call, was highlighted onto AP Brand. But so far for AP Brand, little adjustments must be made, especially onto overstaying their welcome here on the bottom side of the map. They already got the Lord, but so far there were uncalled overextensions here for their position, and now their position will be revealed with the Mountain Shocker. there's a wave clear for Team Falcons, so AP Brand won't be able to push off the map.
They basically didn't get anything. You know, off the lore that they got. Team Falcons, their wave clear is going to be pretty good, despite even being down for 5,000 gold earlier. They're still relatively okay to clear up the lanes and keep things together. It's just, it might be AP Brand deciding to just go and start a fight. Now, if Ogwin decides to Tsunami Slam someone, they just got to hope they can find the right targets here. They're going to go for it anyway. Feathered Airstrike dropped down, and he'll go ahead and back off. So essentially what we got to wait for is that next Lord to come up in about a minute.
Okay, that's a good thing for AP Brand, still respecting the damage out of Bird's CC.
You know what's tough here? I think Falcons did all of that to try and force a Vengeance to get popped, but Lord GM and X-Nova, they did not budge. None of them used it.
Oh no, they already get dropped down. The Zombie Force too. Shizu trying to do work. It's Ogwin though, he's tanky enough. They're just trying to get this orange buff maybe, but they might force a fight. A Mount Shocker forces the flicker out from Aqua, but Few goes down. Few is gone. He should be up for the next Lord, but man, that was not the plan they wanted.
But still, they were able to get Few out of all the people here. Few with a flicker, and Few with a wings by wings. And for AP Brand, they could still get another pickup if ever, because we're seeing Team Falcons still struggling to spread all over here in the map.
Oh man, Few getting taken out there was a surprise to me. I'm honestly watching the replay. As we're looking at the game right now, and we're looking at the items, massive lead here for the Suyo. It was a last-ditch effort umbrella toss by Aqua that got him. Aqua just legit just threw that out as Few wanted to close the gap, and it was just unfortunate that the flicker forward meant that Few was in the path of the Yin-Yang overturn. And now let's see if Falcons will be able to crawl back here, because at this point it's really starting to look like an AP Brand game and an AP Brand series.
Unless they catch the right target, they're going to be able to find Lord JM. He's gone. X-Nova jumps on it first, taking the brunt of the damage under the Zombie Force. He's got his Revival team. Feathered Airstrike come down. Aqua goes in on the backside. Is that the connection he was looking for? He'll back off, but Ogwin is gone. Kyle TZ to follow. A double kill, but here's James Banks going for the triple. He's going to run down Super Marco. He'll shut him down, and they'll wipe out Team Falcons.
And this might be it, as AP Brand marches forward onto the top lane, and Team Falcons just waiting for another batch of minions.
And that's it. AP Brand are going to be the ones to end their lose streak here, offer a decisive fight as they win the series 2-1.
And that's how you close off this week with a smile. AP Brand accomplishing a reverse sweep onto Team Falcons.
It should be up and up moving forward here for AP Brand. Aqua rejoining the lineup, and they look reinvigorated. Well, this has to be the lowest points of the Falcons so far, as AP Brand, they need to build on this win and on this momentum. What a game!
A start is still a start here. Still for Team Falcons, still struggling to fly high onto our Season 16. Still, let's give it up for showing us a great fight, extending the series onto a game number 3. But we have to give it up for AP Brand, especially with the Kagura specialist. Aqua from the back, targeting the right targets, and accomplishing that sandwich move, ensuring the last game win onto Team Falcons.
It's really difficult, again, even for Team Falcons. They've been struggling. They got a little bit closer here, but they got more to work on.
But let's go on over onto our main stage with our host for our winners interview.
You're gonna have to give it for the Hive, everybody. Here are your winners, AP Brand! It was an experience na nakuha ninyo since nandito ka naman na X-Nova. I'm gonna toss it over to you, Odin. Quite a familiar player. This one is for you.
X-Nova, nandito ang Kingdom kanina na sinusuportahan kayo together with Ferds. And kanina rin nasabi mo sa check ping ninyo na kayo na ang makakatalo sa kanila. Anong gusto mong sabihin ngayon kay Ferds na kayo ang nagwagi dito sa laban na to?
Okay, more or less. You can use it.
Nice game sa kanya, siguro wala, di ko, parang pangit din kasi matalo din sila kasi dati ko rin kampi. Parang gano'n. Pero masaya ako kasi nanalo ako.
On a personal level, medyo heavy for you na kayo ang nakatalo sa kanila. But what's your advice to Ferds na alam natin na kailangan nilang bumawi in the next matches that they have?
Siguro ano ba? Masasabi kay Ferds? Ano lang, wag siya ma-down. Kaya niya pa yan. Ano lang. Ano niya lang yung confidence niya. Taas lang ulo. Yun lang.
At least para maiangat palalo ang kumpiyansa ni Ferds because that is definitely what they need. Just testing as of the moment. Okay. Nova, you can have this again. Gusto ko lang din malaman more or less about your transition patungo sa MPL Philippines. How was it like being part of MPL? Gaya nga na nabanggit ni Odin, maraming teammates mo ang nanood sa'yo para sa araw na to kasi kakampi mo. Pero how was the transition like for you after 3 weeks of being in MPL Philippines?
Yung transition ko na, feel ko kaya ko naman parang nahirapan ako nung una pero yung tumatagal-tagal, parang nasasanay-sanay na rin ako na, yung sa on the spot na laruan, dati parang lang kami online lang sa MPL Tapos ngayon, offline na. Kaya naman, yun yung pinaka nahirapan ako.
It takes some time, right? But nakuha nila yung kumpiyansa nila para ngayon.
And apart from their win today, merong nag-celebrate ng kanyang milestone, Aqua! Right now, nakita namin lahat na 2,000 assist ka na and nasa leaderboard ka na ng MPL Philippines.
Siya ang pang-11, number 11 na tanging naagawa nun sa MPL Philippines.
Congratulations, Aqua! What can you say about that? Ngayon na nandito ka sa Season 16, masasabi mo ba na ito na yung era mo?
Opo. Ang ngayong season po kasi sobrang gigil ko bumawi since wala po ako nakarang season. Ngayon po siguro papakita ko po yung mga pinag-practicean ko po.
Kitang-kita natin yun kanina, Han, sa kanyang Kagura. Yung mga pinag-practicean niya, ang ganda ng naging performance mo. At meron pang isa na maganda ang performance doon sa game number 3 with that debut pick na Suyu. James Punks. James, ano nararamdaman mo na napili mo yung hero na yun ngayon this season? Mukhang nagwawala ka gamit yung Suyu na yun
Sa totoo lang, kinakabahan ako kasi di namin talaga na-practice yun.
Wala pang practice yan, Hans.
Oo, alam mo dami nga nagsasabi na hindi daw meta ang Suyu as of the moment, pero napagana niyo siya. Talk to us about, even in those kinds of situations, napapagana nyo pa rin. Kasi during the past few weeks, medyo nahirapan. There were a lot of close games. Ano bang kinailangan na i-adjust ng team aside from the heroes na pinik ninyo para makuha nyo yung panalo nyo ngayon?
Sa Suyu?
Or in general?
Yun, hindi ko maintindihan, sorry.
Okay lang.
Ang kailangan lang i-adjust siguro yung tapang namin sa tsaka yung tapang ng mga team sa paglalaro sa game. Kasi tingin ko yun lang yung nagiging problema Kasi lahat naman may macro na tsaka pindot Yan.
At nabanggit mo rin, James, na hindi nyo talaga planadong i-pick yung Suyu. Kaninong call yun? Kasi, Coach, gusto kitang makausap. Kaninong call yung pick na Suyu? Kasi bumubulong ko kanina na sabi mo, yung Suyu ni James Punks ay pamatay sa MDL.
Lang yan, siguro sa mga nakikita namin sa scrim na ginagamit sa amin. Tapos, pinatap lang namin kasi marami siyang pwedeng gawin sa game Yun lang yung namin. Kasi ang balang namin yung Suyu.
So,
MDL namin gumagamit nun
So it was your call na gamitin niya yung Suyu?
Team decision, tapos nilak na lang ni Punks.
May tiwala kay James Punks.
A team decision that led to a team victory. Once again, your winners, APBR! They made it once more onto the win column, and this is a major victory na nakuha ng Hive going up against Team Falcons.
Maganda ang kanilang ipinakita. That was a 2-1 against Team of Falcons. And gusto ko malaman kung ano abang sasabihin ng ating mga casters sa naging laban na yon.
I like this very honest approach and answers from APBR that the Suyu was very last minute.
Yep.
And deadly in MDL. At the back of my head, I was so confused on the draft. I was saying, what could they still use? And I remember this is not a global ban setup for MPL.
Did the Suyo win in MDL?
Yes.
And so it won there. So I was actually, you know what? I'm happy to see it. James Panks, 7-0-5, MVP for this one. I said it after seeing him on the Fredrin. I was like, I just want to see that flashiness. I want to see what James Panks is all about, man. And what we talked about even last season with his debut, man with a million moves. And so far, back-to-back, Game 2, Game 3, we saw those moves.
Yeah, they drafted very well for the Suyo, and not just draft, played very well for the Suyo. Because again, acknowledge the fact that there's two strong sources of magic damage that could give a lot of problems for the Suyo of AP Bren. But then when you have two dudes who again can just stand in front and not care that they're eating up damage to the Gatotkacha and the Uranus, then James Panks needs to show up and needs to get the kills, make it look easy, and that's exactly what he did, especially with that last big play alongside X-Nova, showing why that Gatotkacha should have been banned by Falcons and why it was the best pick possible at Red 4. Yeah, he deserves this MVP. He showed up and he looked flashy in the most important times that he needed to look flashy.
And imagine using a hero that you don't use on a scream, you never use on a practice.
Yeah.
It just shows the mechanics of this player, James Panks, that he's capable onto extinguishing fire here for Team Falcons. And as you mentioned, a very huge role here is given onto X-Nova by getting the Gatotkacha, totally annihilating members here from Team Falcons. There was just no way out here for Caltese as well.
Yeah, it was. It's weird how Suyo's in this position where he was so dominant for the longest time, kind of fell off a little bit, but clearly utilized correctly with a lineup that really supplements it, can be quite effective. And we saw this here in this game. But not only that, just I think you painted the picture well. The double vengeance, the Gatotkacha with the Uranus, just seemed to solve a lot of the physical damage that was basically between Ferds, but also was mostly for Caltese, where it's like the team fights, they didn't even go in favor of all for Team Falcons because the damage profile was primarily magic. It was magic damage, like few.
Yep.
And then Super Marco didn't really have an opportunity to get to where he needed to be. I know at this point in the game, he's got, the 3 items there, even the Divine Glaive, but it's like, in those fights, they weren't really able to do too much, in terms of getting through this because Lord JM, you look, he's got the Athena shield, and then X-Nova, he had a Radiant armor and an Athena shield, and that was enough to deal. And then you just have the Vengeance too. So how do you get through those two beefy boys?
Yeah, I think we really have to acknowledge here that APBR straight up just outdrafted not Falcons, but specifically outdrafted the Yisun Shin pick.
Yeah.
And that's why we started to see Yisun Shin's priorities decline because of the presence of a hero like Uranus. And then I think over time, especially with what APBR showed up here, it's add the Gatotkacha to that as well. But even with just the Uranus open, it'll be so risky to pick Yisun Shin. The problem is Team Falcons PH decided to pick into it. They still supplemented it with CC, Kalea, Farsa, sure, okay. But then they ended up with a Lunox.
Yeah, and we're right.
That is such a problematic pick there.
But this time, no such problem for a rich guy. A BPR rich guy is going to be James Panks. As we've mentioned, that for Team Falcons, they suffer the consequences of giving objectives here onto this man. So it reflected heavily onto their net worth.
Yeah.
And in my opinion as well, you mentioned the Athena shield, of course, build it up here, easily countering out early on the facing here for Super Marco as well, and even for Few.
Yeah, we really can't downplay the decisions, all of the decisions APBR in this game number 3, from how they played the draft. They took a risk into picking up that Suyo. They incorporated things that they saw in their scrims that they mentioned on stage, and then the fact that you have double vengeance, the itemization of the two tanky frontliners, the itemization of James Panks, everything just lined up perfectly to tell the lineup that Falcons decided to play with in this game number 3 that, hey, you're barely going to be able to do anything here, and that's exactly what we saw with how easy they kept getting zoned out every objective team fight. Well-deserved win for APBR.
Still, I don't know, man. I'm not the Falcons guy, but like I said, I'm still feeling for the guys out there, man. The boys. I'm feeling for them and everyone in the part of the nest. I wish we got to see more of them.
Yeah, it's a sad reality here for Team Falcons. And after so many seasons, dominating, still onto the top 4, leading the charts for Infinix standings. Sad to see them somehow still suffering that aftermath after the C-Ball. And even so, for week number 3, ending it with the loss against APBR.
Yeah, there needs to be a massive shakeup in terms of how Falcons plays the game, their understanding. They're going to need to rediscover themselves, really. It should be a tough ask, but let's see.
Yeah, they need a reality check here. But let's check out on what Wolf has to explain and summarize on their series. Muli, Athena, Nice, and Renmar has been your casters for this first match.
Thank you so much, casters! And unfortunately, para sa Team Falcons, magtutuloy ang kanilang losing streak. For APBR naman, napakagandang panalo as they are looking for their recovery in week number 3. Simulan muna natin sa ating konting criticism sa mga ginagawa dito ng Team Falcons. Actually, sa pangalawang beses na gumawa ng keys to victory this week para sa Falcons, hinighlight ko yung box or yung formation na ginagawa ng Team Falcons. And kitang-kita natin sa games number 2 and 3 and some parts of game number 1 na hindi pa rin naayos yung formation ng Team Falcons. They're all over the place. Yung mga time na nakita natin na nanalo sila sa team fights, it's because of the fix o sa kanilang box strategy. But in this scenario, lalong-lalo na nung game number 3, around the neutral objectives, dun sila nadadali. So, kailangan din ayusin to ng Team Falcons kasi kahit yung mga 50-50 neutral objectives na usually ay ipinapanalo ng Team Falcons, lalo na with Kyle TZ, ay hindi nila nagagawa this time. James Banks wins the 50-50 battle at paano na lang yung mga uncontested na neutral objective team fights para dito sa Falcons, lalong kailangan nilang i-work on. But we also have to look at the brighter side. Para sa APBR, I think it's very notable na yung flexibility nila with their jungler ang nagbibigay sa kanila ng parang maluwag na draft. Lalong-lalo na dun sa game number 3, high pick dun sa Uranus at tapos bigla sila nakakita ng Suyo na tingin nila ay swak na rin dun sa ating metagame. We also saw yung Hayabusa naman na pinartner nila with Harith, showing us that James Banks as a player is a threat for teams dahil pwede nga siyang mag-utility or mag-assassin bigla o kaya naman kakaibang lumang pick bigla. This is what really gives this APBR their edge. And hopefully they can carry this over and hopefully magawa nila ng paraan din na mahanap yung sarili na momentum. For Falcons, there has to be a lot that they need to fix. But we believe in them. Naging champion sila before and I know for sure that they can bounce back. Yan po ang ating analysis for match number 1. Later on, it's a win streak team versus win streak team naman. Kung losing streak versus losing streak kanina, this time it's going to be RORA versus TNC. Kabang-abang yan. So, Kirales, magbabalik ang MPL Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Get us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reseta. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Lalay. Gawin nyo pa, gawin nyo. Stun mo. Patay. Nice, pre. Kalma ha. Kalma kayo. Tingin. Nice one! Nice. Patulong. Lunox ka nyo. Patay. Tingin. Oh, Lunox. Birds nga. Flicker. Okay. Kaya busan. Borolo. Pre, wag na tayo mag-throw, pre, ha? Sige. Atin to, legit. Tingin. Di abot. Walang burst lahat, Light lang meron yan. Atako, pre. Ligo. Kaya nyo pa? Kaya ni Pangs. Pangs, ha? Mamatay ka. Di kaya. Kaya mo ulit ang matay. Tangki ko. Pakit matay na ako.
And that was our Infinix mic check for our match number 1, AP Brand versus Team Falcons. And once again, welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 16. It's Athena. Together with me is Naisu and Renmar. What do you have to comment about that mic check, especially on to don't overthrow, please? Don't throw.
I like how they said that. Let's not throw this.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the best shot call that you can hear to just straight up tell your teammates and your friends, hey, no more throwing.
And I do like that they also acknowledge the fact that it was also a game that could easily be maneuvered by Team Falcons, but that was more games with a game 3 for the first match.
By the way, there's more data, more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's only 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Do you know who the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL is? I'm sure you know. It's Smart. Victories you can count on.
And that is something that we could count on, especially moving forward on their weeks here on MPL. But by the way, guys, you could also power up your Dunder-free scalp supercharged with Clear.
Love it.
Why'd you look at me like that?
No, because we shared this desk.
Oh, yeah.
The one day
where that spiel said your dandruff scalp, not dandruff-free scalp.
I'm glad we got it.
Yep.
I'm glad
and
we got
that's
it
the
fixed.
importance of Clear for
That is-
Dunder-free scalp, right?
I use Clear, by the way. Do you?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
My dad uses Clear.
There you go.
Why are you giving us that look of like, yeah, you guys are old. My dad's old too.
But recap, yes, that's a kind of a rewind. But this is a recap for match number 1. It's AP Bren finishing off our series with a 2-1 against Team Falcons.
That's pretty impressive, though. I think if you guys missed that match, if you didn't get to catch it, I think still people would say that there's been improvements for Team Falcons. They're just in that slump. And we've seen even the best of the best be in this situation before previous seasons pass. Hopefully they can go ahead and fix that before we get too far into the regular season, because even, again, next week we're going into the halfway point already, week 4. So Team Falcons definitely wants to go ahead and start soaring further up the standings, because they're definitely having trouble. And again, AP Brent broke the lose streak that they were on.
You're right, and let's see how will that reflect on their Infinix tournament standing as we head on over on how will it look like. So far, that's currently a 1 point added to their total match point, and so far still AP Bren is still on the top 7 if I'm right. Yeah, all right on cue.
Yeah.
On cue.
Look at us, still right there, smack dab in the bottom. The flight was burned. It hurts.
Wings have been clipped a little bit.
Yeah, it hurts. But now we're going to be looking into the final match of the day that sees number 4 and number 5 RORA. Both of them are coming off of some really cool win streaks. So either TNC can threaten RORA's position, or RORA can not only solidify their position, but also threaten TLPH in the standings.
You're right. If they manage to get this round, they're going on to a total of 4. We'll be up against Twisted, eyeing for a tie for 4. Meanwhile, for TNC, if they able to get this game, they'll be ending the week onto a top 4 spot for Infinix standing. But going forward, it's going to be TNC versus RORA. It's Chaknu versus Light, both veterans in the league. But so far for Chaknu, he's already cemented his legacy here on MPL.
I love this about. I always love when we get to go ahead and talk about Chaknu. There's something about Chaknu and like his history, the Mamba. I know there's been discussion about him online as well, but one thing's for sure, you can't deny his accolades, his achievements, everything that Chaknu has been able to achieve, and also the other roamers out there and players that he's inspired along the way.
And so far, one of his accolades actually is the MSC 2021. So looking back, or looking on the throwback rather here for Chaknu, with Etumax as well, it's kind of a reunion, right?
Yep. Of course, we're talking about, Etumax, Chaknu, Edward, and Coach Dexstar as well. Of course, they made up the Execration and Blacklist International rosters that competed in that MSC 2021 Grand Finals, where Execration won 4-1. We asked the community about which is the most iconic rivalry in MPLPH history, and they said it was this. It's Execration and Blacklist. And it was especially during this era where Chaknu solidified himself as a cultural icon for MLBB here in the Philippines.
It has been years actually. Even when I go to barangays, communities, kids always say, I want to be like Chaknu. I want to be the Chak Mamba. And that is how relevant he still is up until after all these years.
I think one of the great things about Chaknu and like his story is not only the things that he was able to accomplish within the game and in these historical moments, but also the story of him just being, I think a lot of our players, especially here in the Philippines, could relate to Chaknu. As a player, even as you see him here on your screens, he was your typical shy guy, playing, and then he would be making content, and he would be, a lot of content creators and everything else would go and collab with Chaknu, and then he would showcase his personality, which is, even in his interviews throughout the history of his career here in MPL Philippines, he would be rather shy to speak and everything else, but then he's like a totally different person in game. making these crazy highlights and plays. And there's been a time, of course, in the past couple seasons where it's like maybe he has struggled to replicate some of that, but there's always a moment in the season where it's like, damn, that was the Mamba. You know, that was the Mamba mentality that we see from Chaknu.
Yep.
And it's great to see it, and hopefully he continues to be able to do that.
The Gen Z has a term for that, Chaknu core. And we're looking closer onto Chaknu's core or prime for our millennials out there. He has already surpassed 12 seasons in MPL, MSC 2021 champ, and you've mentioned this very iconic duel against Execration versus Onyx here, and some of the highlights here onto his MPL career.
Yeah, Execration really saw the height of their power in MPL Philippines Season 7 when they were threatening the placements of teams such as the legendary Aurora squad coming off of the back-to-back wins as Sunsparks, AP Bren, or then Bren Esports, of course the eventual champions Blacklist International. They made it to MSC as Omega. They fell short. They were eliminated by fellow Filipinos RSG. But even then, Omega really solidified themselves in the eyes of the international audience, especially Chaknu, as one of the guys to really watch out for when you're watching MPL Philippines. He has had a storied career, yet he has yet to win the MPL Philippines trophy. And he is the only Hall of Legends member so far who has yet to achieve that.
You're right. And definitely he's onto adding up titles under his name as he heads back on, and this time under a different banner, which is TNC Pro Team. But by the way, for our community, we have another question for you. Who is Chaknu's biggest rival? Is it A, Light, B, Yawi, C, Lusty, or D? Comment down below what you think about other players as well that has been his biggest rivals.
Who would his
that's tough.
biggest rival? Would it be?
I think me. Because in their interviews, he has this one-liners.
Oh, that's true.
I'm prone to that now.
You're his rival right now.
Okay.
But on a serious note,
Would it be Yawi though? Like, I don't know. Or Lusty?
Okay.
It can't be Light, right? Like maybe currently.
Yeah, a lot of our newer fans might not be familiar with just how heated the rivalry was between Lusty and Chaknu, because it was those two for a good amount of time. It was like, oh yeah, they are the best. But I think we also cannot downplay the Light Chaknu rivalry, especially during the MSC season, because that was heated. That was a really good one from MPL Philippines Season 9 heading into the MSC season where 22? Yeah, 22.
And it could still continue for this match number 1. He's up against Light versus Aurora, and TNC is looking to somehow solidify their win from yesterday, right?
Yeah. So for TNC here, I think this is really going to be a difficult matchup considering the heavyweights that Aurora has faced off and won against, but more on that later.
And let's welcome on our players. It's going to be the last match for this Sunday. It's TNC Pro Team versus Aurora Gaming.
The fire continues to burn for the Phoenix Army. It's Thremar, Zaida, Lancy, Chaknu, and Benny Cutie rising once more. TNC Pro Team. The light shines bright once more with all their might. It's Edward, Dominkite, Yue, Light, and Demonkite. Lights up for Aurora! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Jeff. Joined by our two teams are our coaches. It's Coach Etomax for TNC and Coach Master the Basics for Aurora. Will the lights shine brighter? Will they burn even hotter? MPL Arena, I want to hear you scream!
Coming up from a great match, it's TNC Pro Team up against Aurora.
And here we go, TNC. Once again, it's Thremar, Zaida, Lancy, Chaknu, and Benny Cutie. There's a whole lot of guys we can focus here on, but also for Thremar specifically, I love what the XP laners in general have been able to do, man. But also, again, we talked about Chaknu, his potential, his value to this lineup, allowing them. So Chaknu and Thremar is always what you really want to look at. It's the XP laners and the roamers really coming down to a synergy to work together, allowing Zaida the space to be able to move around the jungle, and then eventually Benny Cutie as well. What we expect from Benny Cutie himself.
And now they're up against Aurora Gaming with this time with Light on the lead as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chuck was very familiar with Light's playstyle and how he loves to manipulate the sneaky surprise angles. But if TNC want to give RORA a challenge, they need to address two key figures here, Yue and Edward. Yue has found himself to be just a Kimmy mainstay right now, with Aurora constantly giving it to him, and they look very comfortable playing around his Kimmy and supplementing it with Baksha roams, Gatot roams, anything that can just hold the front line. High loss roam for Light. And of course, Edward, who is now touted by many here in MPL Philippines, not just the community, but the players themselves, saying that Edward is currently the best EXP laner in the league this season.
And right on cue, onto our team head-to-head. We're currently seeing some of the stats favoring onto the side of Aurora Gaming.
I like that, with Edward specifically, he's had so many monikers, so many nicknames, but definitely this season he's been that Mr. Consistent and been able to do so much for the team here. But that's the thing. I want to just say, I'm excited to see this one, and we get to see it here briefly.
And we get to see and hear what our player has to say before we start of our match. This is our Smart 5G ping test.
Okay, kalaban na naman Aurora. Ako usapin mo nga anak. Pumili ka dito ng gagamitin kong topic. O, shoutout nga pala kay Edward. Sobrang galing mo mag-XP Sana makaisa sa'yo. Tingin nga Yun. Anong malakas? Baka yung charisma ko lang. Dami nanonood sa Aurora, guys. Panis sa mga Phoenix Army. Pero okay lang natin bibigoyin yan.
Message ko sa TNC, good luck. Umibig sa'yo. Panis sa akin lahat yan, Brad. Uy, Philippines! Pre, wag ka nga magmadali, pre. Yung minamadali ako, pre. Ayokong pinipressure ako, boy, Pa! 4-3! Baka doming to. Wow! Doming! Doming is the man. Divine Judgment. Divine Judgment. Nandito ako. Woo!
And that's it for a Smart 5G ping test. The players are in high spirits for this round.
They are. I feel like it's always going to end with someone singing, man.
Yeah, I think we need to have one ping test where it's just like karaoke style.
Yeah.
Like they're given a song to a cappella, and we're gonna see who gets to do it better.
You're right, but I was caught off guard on the barking sound here for Demon Cat. I was so confused.
Yeah, Demon Cat has a devilish laugh.
He does.
That is a revelation for me.
I would like to hear it again. I think even when Demon Guy plays, he does things and you can actually see him laugh behind us.
If he could laugh like that, let's see if it will reflect onto their match. But that's it over onto our Infinix Geese to victory with Wolf with the Howl.
Welcome to The Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's Aurora going up against TNC. Dalawang teams na nung week number 1 ay nag-struggle pero nakabawi naman ng malupit come week number 2. And since then, they're on a winning streak. And tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang makapag-keep ng kanilang momentum and whose streak will end today. And for TNC to be the ones on top, ang kailangan nilang gawin ay mag-capitalize sa kanilang late game comfort. It's no secret na ang gusto ng TNC, lalong-lalo na sa members nila and sa kanilang coaching staff, ay yung matapos yung laro in a late game scenario. Mas maganda ang itsura ng TNC at nagtatransform talaga sila when they do get into the late game. And if you compare that to Aurora, na ang main weakness is pagdating ng late game, yung pag-close out nila ng mga laro, kahit lamang sila ng above 10k gold lead or above 7k gold lead, minsan hindi pa rin nila natatapos. Kaya naman maganda ang magiging scenario kapag ang TNC ay nag-capitalize sa kanilang late game. And also, kailangan lang nilang bigyan ang bagyong Benny ng isang winning matchup doon sa may gold lane. It's very clear na si Benny Cutie ay iba rin talaga ang nagagawa kapag sa mga late game scenarios and most importantly, kapag maganda yung kanyang heroes sa kanyang mga nakakatapat. This is something that TNC needs to also maximize. And now, para naman sa Aurora, kailangan nilang i-force si Chakno na maglaro ng utility o kaya ng sustain. Although nanalo na si Chakno with the Gatot Kacha, it wasn't the case from week number 1. At very clear pa rin na kapag catch heroes katulad ng Grok, sobrang explosive ni Chakno at ng TNC. So para sa Aurora, kailangan lang nilang ipuwersa si Chakno na maglaro ng ganitong klaseng heroes.
Also, kailangan nilang i-disrupt yung mga pre-turtle at yung mga pre-lord na setups mula sa TNC. Dahil sa coaching staff na rin ng TNC and the way that they play, it's also clear that they wanted to secure neutral objectives by starting the fights first at pag-setup ng kanilang formation. RORA needs to just disrupt it by either playing fast or having better rotations. Yan po ang ating abangan sa TNC versus RORA. Tingnan natin kung sino ba nga ba ang winning streak na magtutuloy-tuloy sa ngayon. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wall, for Infinix keys to victory. And finally, we see very distinct and very precise onto what they could focus on onto this matchup.
Yeah, and clearly, even in the Infinix keys to victory, you gotta put focus onto Chaknu to force him to play other kinds of heroes.
Yeah.
So with everything that Chaknu has achieved in his career, third overall in terms of all-time assists in MPLPH, all-time games played, he's 7th overall at 390, average assists. He was first overall in MPLPH Season 14, and that's when we really started to see and feel the threat of him playing our revitalized heroes, such as the Hylos, and most importantly, the Mathilda. So even if Aurora can force Chaknu to play sustained utility, do you really want to give the surprise Mathilda pick to Chaknu, which has proved to be poisonous in the past?
That's a good question, just because, again, there are ways for teams to go ahead and approach this. Like when you have a playmaker like Chaknu. And again, there's always that. I feel like, yes, we have a lot of amazing. Wow, I wonder what he's writing, by the way, on his hands. But
himself.
When you have a playmaker like Chaknu and he's able to go ahead and you see his accolades there, that's something definitely you can focus on when it comes to the draft, and why even in the Howl you can see how they could possibly hone in on some of the options that Chaknu picks up. We might see that when we get to the bans for the first game here, though, too. But even so, I think Chaknu is going to be one of those players where like you can only go ahead and ban so much from him because he's got such a wide hero pool. Yes, we typically see him like on the Kufers, the Groks, the Hyloses, and things like that, but sometimes you'd actually be surprised at how even he can transition to some of those more support heroes, some of those more sustainability heroes, and actually still make pretty good plays off of those. So I'm really curious how Aurora is going to go ahead and handle that when it comes to the draft here.
Yeah, and remember, he still has the Belleric. They've shown that with the Louis, remember, for Smart Omega.
Yeah.
And it was quite deadly poisonous here. And alongside with that, and I would like to reiterate that Chaknu, even though he doesn't have an MPL Peach title yet, he is a Hall of Legends in the feed. There's a reason behind that. People and teams are acknowledging his comfort heroes and signature heroes as well. Well, let's head on over onto our drafting phase. It's going to be TNC on the red side and blue side here for Aurora.
Yeah. Speaking of comforts, for Aurora, there are 3 comforts you have to watch out for if you're TNC. The Hylos for Light, the Harith for Domenkite, and why am I slipping? There's one more. What am I thinking of? A Juicin for Yue. Or excuse me, no, Kimi for Yue. There we go.
Yeah.
So with the Uranus bans, you're encouraged to pick up heroes that... there we go. Good respect ban here by TNC, but you're willing to give the Rome Baksha for Light, which is going to be massive, actually.
There's going to be the triple flex here for Aurora, and they're willing to part ways with the Kalea, by the way. That is still open here if ever TNC gets that opportunity. And I do like that this could still stick to Benny Cutie's side as well onto winning the Gold Lane matchup.
Yeah.
Harit is still open, so by the way.
Yeah, I'm revisiting the stats here. Baksha is the pick here for TNC. Let's see if they're willing to pick up the Harith for Benny Cutie. Red side stats even. TNC rarely prioritized the Benny Cutie pick for Red 1-2. So let's see if that's going to change here, because they definitely need to take the Harith away from the hands of Domenkite. The problem is with the presence of the Baksha and the Tortoise's Puissance that he brings to the table might not be the best. So here comes the first swerve of the season. TNC locking their 2 cores very early on. This is something that they don't usually do, but I think going up against Aurora, this is something that they need to do.
Is this just... Yeah, I was going to say, is it a little too honest, or is it just something that they have to do against a team like Aurora? So, but... This is what I'm saying, like in their case, for TNC, they can then go ahead and play around with the second half of the draft and those picks, which is probably going to be again, the Chaknu pick, or possibly even the 3-Mar pick. They could go the mid lane option here, depending on what RORA does. RORA could choose to go ahead and take the Farsa. They do go Moskov, Lapu Lapu. So they'll also lock in their XP and then gold now here.
Okay, very honest approach here for TNC. And ensuring the winning lineup or matchup against this Lapu. A very nice CC early pick here for Coach Etomax, and then directly banning out the chip, which really worked wonders for Aurora's last game onto Twisted.
Yeah, it's a great pickup for Light here. We also cannot turn off this idea that this Baksha still might go into the jungle for Demon Kite, although for majority of the games that we've seen so far lately, it has been a roam Baksha. There's still a good chance that an assassin could show up for Aurora. I think with AP Bren setting a precedent in the previous series, we now have to consider a surprise last pick or last 2 picks, Suyo, to show up. So now Aurora need to take away some mid laners away from Lancy. With the Juicing gone, they might be considering taking away the Farsa. They might even play on the gambit of leaving it open so that Yue ends up with it.
Maybe.
But if ever the Farsa gets taken away, there's also still even an Eve option for Aurora, which right now looks very good for them, considering that it's a CC, YSS, and Harith. Yue Eve would give that a lot of difficulty.
It does look good. And I honestly want to see the Eve yet again and falling onto the hands of Yue. But looking closer onto TNC Pro Team, they're still missing their +4 and as well as a hero for Chaknu. That might be somewhat of a target here for Coach MTB for Aurora.
Yeah, I think that's why you see like these last couple bands taking a little bit of time there. They go with the jungle option just in case. Again, they could go ahead and decide to do something different with the Baksha.
Yeah.
There's the Grok too, one of the heroes we were talking about for Chaknu, who has probably been one of the better performers on the Grok so far up to this point in week 3.
Either a Gata Kacha or a Hylos would slot in very well here for the lineup of TNC. Leaning a little bit more towards the Gata Kacha, considering that a Gata Kacha plus a Baksha, somehow, if Aurora find a way to make it work, would be a problem. So they do go ahead and pick it up with the... Gata Kacha sort of softly turns off the Eve. So they still might either settle for Kagura. Can't recall if Yue has a Selena pick. I'm gonna have to double check that.
You're right. Selena is actually at the back of my head right now for Yue. Just so you could have that mobility in the early game. Shane crowd controls here for Aurora. But meanwhile, I was also eyeing the Akai pick earlier here for TNC, but a safer route will be the Gata Kacha. Plenty of options still. You've mentioned the Kagura here for Yue. Lilia pathway, let's see if it's possible. Oh, Franco.
Whoa!
A light special.
Yeah. And they do get the Kagura. Okay. This is a bit of a throwback. Light and Chaknu on opposite sides. Light paired up with the Kagura while he has a Franco. Very familiar territory here for Chaknu. I think Lancy would want to consider picking up the Novaria actually, but no. It's he who ends up with the Selena in his hands. Typical Selena Kagura, a classic matchup in the mid lane. Throwbacks all around.
We've actually seen this a lineup before this week. I just forgot the specific matchup. And it really worked wonders. Selena Gata Kacha. Either way, whatever comes first still has the same solution.
Yeah. Yep. That was actually Team Liquid Philippines versus Omega Esports game number 2.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You got me. Okay. Anyway.
I got you.
Yeah, and anyway, here for the index, Aurora still has the lead here in terms of early to mid game. And even the late game is also covered with the Moscow pick.
Yeah, I think this is also just... It's a very close lineup on both sides. They have great potential in the early game and late game, and one thing you can't count out is Light's Franco.
You're right. And now we head onto the Land of Dawn for match number 2, game number 1, the Battle of Aurora versus TNC Pro Team.
Actually, looking at the lineup of Aurora, it's very Season 9 coded.
Yeah.
Tanky fighter jungler with a pick-off roamer plus a burst mage in the Kagura. You have a Lapu because it's not a Uranus Esme side lane. Moskov wasn't there in Season 9, but you know what I mean.
Because you've mentioned the flashback, right? Yeah. MC 21 flashback. We have flashbacks here on their hero. And for TNC Pro Team, we have Chaknu back again.
Wow.
Arrow hitting.
Oh, look at that.
Oh!
What a hook!
What a catch!
Oh, and they'll catch him anyway. Yue gets the first blood. And that's exactly why I said you can't count out Light Franco on this.
Oh
what
my
a play.
gosh.
That was
That's
sick.
an early highly explosive crowd here for RORA.
Yeah, man, if Coach Panda is watching this, I bet he's... Oh, and he even steals away the EXP.
You can't count him out, I said.
All right, Light is on fire. You gotta heat check this Franco quick or he will keep hooking people.
Don't discount Light. But there's a discount, by the way, for MPL Philippines tickets. It's only 189 from 250. But right now,
Pamasco.
yeah, we have the Pamasco early super fan promo. But right now for Aurora, that's a huge momentum boost, right?
Yeah. Early start like that's going to be great. Now, in the grand scheme of things, is it much? Maybe not so. I think a big part of that, though, will be on how they play into that first hurdle. The kill, though, did go to Yue, which Yue on the Kagura is going to help him out. Look at there. There's a hook again. Chaknu, tanky enough. We'll be able to take up most of that damage. Still holds on. Oh, he had to use a Revitalize earlier, but he's going to have it for this next objective when it comes up.
Yeah, Benny Cutie, of course, no surprise, he's winning in lane against the Moskov, and I'm sure Dominic is very familiar with that matchup. Light, let's see if he'll be able to get a hook in. Demon Kite here. I don't think TNC will be able to contest this healthily. They'll have to give it up.
Yep, might be a free turtle here. As Edward proactively checks the map.
Yeah.
Even you, that's quite a scary lapu-lapu.
Yeah, you're not going
to want to face.
You see a guy jumping in the air, you're like, I'll come back later.
Yeah.
That's a first red flag. You see someone waving their sword around.
That's a definite red flag in my book.
Yeah, just don't whip your sword out and start waving it around. That is a massive red flag. TNC, all right. We'll be giving that up, playing it safe, and that's a good call. Again, Aurora know the advantage that they have in their lineups. The proactive choices by Edward, the proactive choices by Light!
Oh, there's the arrow though too, but they're going to have to force the fight anyway. Revitalize is going to be popped from Chaknu, but he just takes too many shots. Can't AOG out. So now another kill in the hands of Aurora. Good play there, good response.
Very good na pick up here, Aurora Red again, and Chaknu falling down this early.
Yeah, quite difficult here for the lineup of TNC. Despite with being how good the Unbreakable plus Abyssal Arrow combo is for the Gatakacha and the Selena. Problem is you put yourself at risk diving so close against a hero that can flicker, hook you further away to more danger. Demon Card is not going to fall easily. And just the damage AoE that is brought out by Kagura means there's a high chance you're punishing 2 divers compared to Lancy and Chaknu just locking down 1.
Yeah.
So that in itself from that little trade is already advantage for Aurora. Now as we look at the items, Dreadnought Armor is the rush here for Demon Kite. It is going to take some time till we really start feeling the damage here of Zyda. If Aurora starts rush building Blade Armors, maybe second item after building Athena's shields, oh, it's not going to be good news here, and a lot of pressure will be on Benny Cutie to show up.
And for Aurora, they know who to take off first. And you've mentioned, even if the arrow hits anyone from the side of Aurora, you wouldn't really love to dive onto a hero that could easily burst you down with a Kagura here onto Yue, and the Rush War Axe also here for Edward. Now, the crazy guy is activated. Another huge red flag if you're TNC Pro Team, eyeing out the next big objective on here on the map.
I think they... Looks like they might get this one up too. They're going to be too late by the time they rotate in. Even though Chaknu is here with 3 Mar, he's all by himself. Pops to Revitalize again. Demon Kite will be able to secure the turtle, and now Chaknu on the disengage. It just seemed like the timing wasn't right for TNC as Zyda was off getting his buff.
Yeah, that was a risky trade.
You're right, and there was a question mark because Zyda was way over onto the other side of the map, and Chaknu was just trying to delay things up here for Aurora?
I don't think that was just a delay. There are some moments where the teams would call for, hey, let's just try to steal it. And then maybe someone in the team would also say, we'll be able to survive through it. But that was just way too risky for my taste. However, they were able to get away. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt if ever they decide to contest another objective with their jungler not being close by.
You're right. High reward plays. But now, are they taking the risk? Looks like no or not yet here for a TNC Pro Team.
Still very close to the gold. Actually, despite Benny Cutie winning earlier, because of the turtle secured by Aurora, Dominic Kite has eked out over Benny Cutie in terms of the lead. Now TNC are making the smart call with pressuring Dominic Kite up top, but he holds the shrub well. And now their jungle is getting invaded by Demon Kite.
A hook again from Light will find the mark on Zyda. Zyda gone, he's going to lose his purple too, so TNC just chooses to take the tier 1 up top. but they lost the mid turret. So RORA right now taking control. It's going to be another fight. They're going to force Delman Kite. He's going to have to rely on the team. They find Benny Cutie. Even with his dominant force, he's trying to run away. Chaknu pops to revitalize again. Even with the arrows from Lancey, all he can do is watch Chaknu fall. TNC just can't get it together.
We just see the despair here, still struggling to find their first kill for this round. It's already 6 minutes into game 1.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering whether Selena was a big hit for TNC Pro Team. I did pose a Novaria as a possibility because you're seeing with how close RORA can afford to fight together as a team. Not Critical, excuse me, an Astral Echo would have actually messed things up for TNC, but no point crying over spilled milk. It's just now that RORA, understandably so, are just dominating the map. Now TNC Pro Team has to play through a counter-punch style, but Light has just been so good.
Oh, where are they going to go? Chaknu charging up the Unbreakable, but it's just a little bit too late. Turtle secured, 3 for 3 for RORA. And TNC, really, it just seems like they don't have much of a choice but to just kind of buckle in for this one, but they're falling further behind, facing a 4,000 gold deficit.
They're ready here, so might as well improvise on some things, especially onto the Selena pick for Lancey. As we've mentioned, you would want to shine early on, especially for Selena, hitting those right marks. But with that, their damage just isn't there yet.
Chaknu gets hooked again. He falls now for the third time. Spear Destruction going to be used, but you don't follow that one under the turret with 4 members of TNC. But RORA just finding these marks from Light.
Yeah, way too tough at this point to play around the Selena. 2,000 is the goal deficit between Yue and Lancey. And TNC just has to accept that they're going to have to play a very long game here to try and turn things around. RORA, they are not going to let this up. This is a comfortable, dominant lead. Again, saying what you will about their lineup, Light has just been so good.
Yeah.
But the thing is, even if he wasn't landing those iron hooks, I still see this as a dominant RORA game.
Especially for TNC still struggling to find the right targets. Instead, it's RORA keep hitting the right targets onto shutting down Lancey, shutting down Zaida, and multiple times in a row that Chaknu wasn't able to do much so. Activating the Revitalist just so he could survive. And survivability isn't what you would count on for TNC Pro Team.
Chaknu trying to hold up the front. They're going to get the tier 2 anyway. Yue anyway for the backside. Light jumps in again, burning the flicker. Won't be able to find that iron hook, but that's what they wanted. They just wanted that tier 2 turret. They'll get some more resources, taking the orange buff now from TNC. And they got 15 seconds for this lore to come up.
And for TNC Pro Team, how do you get out of the situation? Struggling to find the beat for the game number 1.
Yeah, it's going to have to come through defense, a counterplay somewhere along the lines of Chaknu having to sacrifice his life for a big AOG coming out of base, while TNC Pro Team just slowly whittles down the frontliners of Aurora. They will not be able to reach Delman Kite safely enough. Maybe Yue will be able to get away, but maybe a trade of Chaknu for Light and Edward, or Light and Demon Kite, and then just build through there with a slow push out of base. But with how well RORA are managing the minion waves with the constant pressure, it's going to be way too tough to even get out of it. That's the first free Lord goes to RORA.
You're right. And for TNC Pro Team, the pressure is still slowly building up. Just when they have to improvise, now they also have to somehow control the map, because all of it is in favor for RORA. Even onto the turret score, they're still struggling to find a play here for Benny Cutie.
Even looking at this point, for TNC, you got to make something happen, and that something might just be RORA making a massive mistake, because with this kind of lead, this kind of composition, they're going to be able to make something, force a response from TNC, even in this base. I mean, look at Delman Kite. He's playing so up front because of just how much of a lead, and it forces them back so they get the Holy Shield before that wave will push in. So Delman Kite alone being threat enough. I mean, he's 0-2, but you can feel just how stacked he is on the damage of the items because of this lead. So even with the shields down, Lord will charge into that mid-wave. The spear's just piercing on through, popping this through. There's the Revitalize. They're going to have to fight, but look at the damage already. Not enough as 3 Mars going to fall. And TNC will be able to hold on to the base turrets, though.
Light landed another hook, and he fished 3 Mar out of base. And Aurora can honestly just keep this up. I think at this point, TNC might already be looking towards game number 2.
And they're looking like a fish here for Aurora, as Aurora slowly advances here on the inhibitor, and Edward Demon Kite knows there's no one from the side of TNC Pro Team to totally lock them down, and Light locking in onto certain heroes is the key here for Aurora.
Light will take that every time that flicker is available. Could be one of those moments where he just lands that hook and then they force a team fight here for TNC, but they lost 2 base turrets to hold on to the bottom one. RORA decides to go ahead and just reset, farm back up, get the buffs. They have a minute on this Lord here, and they've got complete control of the map. There isn't much space for TNC to really work with. They're forced to just kind of roam around together and not get caught out. The problem is, roaming around together and you're all bunched up, Light's just looking at him like, yeah, this is a lot easier for me. Just throw out the hook, and half the time he's going to grab someone.
Yeah. He's rubbing his hands together like, oh, you're sticking together. Don't put all your eggs onto one basket. And for TNC Pro Team, they look like eggs.
Oh, they're going to take it. Domic goes in. He saw the mark, winning with the Spirit of Destruction, and he's unleashing it now on the backside. Yue will jump in. Chaknu staying up front. This might be an angle for RORA to end, even without the Lord. They know they have the numbers advantage. Domic again going to the front side. He's just going to lock into the base. They're going to have to do something to deal with him. Chaknu trying to save time. An arrow thrown out, but Edward jumps into the backside again. A double for Domic. Kite trying to get a triple, but they don't care. They'll take game 1 in this best of 3.
That's going to be a clean game. And a perfect score here for Aurora as they figure out a way to beat TNC for game number 1.
It's really sad to see that this entire game was dictated by the fact that the initial trade in the center of the map at around minute 1, minute 2 dictated the rest of the game. The fact that Light was able to still catch the hook onto Chaknu while they were already backing off from the trade, committing the flicker, securing the kill, meant that the Gatakacha was already a disadvantage to continue trading. Add to that you already lose your advantage with having a Selena with you that could potentially check the pushes. Everything just crumbled through one big win by Light and Aurora at the center of the map.
And that was a big ride onto the momentum created by Light, especially onto the first blood. Remember, for TNC Pro Team, they have the advantage to somehow dominate the game with the Selena here for Lancy, but this is going to be, hey!
Kind of sassy there too.
Be careful onto those iron hooks and hooking his way here onto his game number 1 MVP. It's going to be Light with a 008 KDA.
This is how you know how dominant this Franco was. He just had Winter Crown fleeting time. That is max cooldown reduction. He doesn't care about fronting. He has 2 dudes fronting for him. His job is to hook, bite. That's it.
And he did. It's funny because in that first blood, I was like, in the greater scheme of things, this bigger picture, that's not too bad for TNC. But then when it kept happening time after time after time again from Light, then it just compounded up and built up. I mean, that's where it started, So again, and that's what we were talking about. The link, the sync between Light and Demon Kite is so apparent on their timings even.
And looking at this one, he just keeps reeling in the targets, making it easier for you and even Demon Kite to catch up onto the targets. And even if the Iron Hook misses out, there's still the Bloody Hand that you could consider.
Yeah, one of the difficult things about playing around the Selena in your composition is if it's a massive lead close to like 7,000 and up or around 10 minutes in, it's very difficult to make a comeback through that because your Selena will not have the items enough to shred someone down.
Yeah.
And again, you're going up against a lineup that's centered around a tanky fighter jungler. The chances of you being able to hit a target with your Abyssal Arrow to turn things around is incredibly low. Add to that, you already had a disadvantage for yourself after losing that initial trade in the center of the map. I'm still going to double down on the idea that this Selena pick was way too much of a gambit, way too risky, and just was not the right call.
It wasn't the right call because you just throwing out arrows, man. And if you don't land the arrows, you saw Lancy, he's just kind of forced to be like, well, I'll see ya.
So his emblem build also meant that he wanted to deal more damage to Turtles and Lords, apparently.
And apparently it didn't happen here for TNC Pro Team. And looking back, they were the last pick, right, for the red side.
Yeah.
That was the last pick, Selena. And as much as we would want to hype it up, we cannot sugarcoat that it wasn't really the kind of mage that you would want specifically partnered up with Chaknu.
Yeah, you already see a Franco on the other side. You see a Baksha on
It
the
was
other
real,
side.
yeah.
That's way too risky already. I appreciate when teams take risks, but risks that lean a little bit more towards like 60-40, 75, no, not math, no, math
mode.
65-35, you know, things like that. Not when it's like a 90 to 10% chance. It's
But
way too much.
100% here for Aurora. 9-0 kill score.
Yeah,
and as well as for TNC, it's like, don't push that red button, but they still pushed it.
I'm leaning a little bit more towards the idea that if you're giving up the Baksha or the Uranus to the opposing team, you can't pick up YSS anymore. Not to say that it's impossible, but it's way too hard. You have to take so many conditions in the early game that it's just so much easier for an opposing lineup that has a Uranus or an opposing lineup that has a Baksha to say, all right, sure, let's just walk up to your jungle, delay you for a bit. Take those conditions, man.
Yeah, that was the case. And even then, like Zyda there wasn't much he could do. So when you have Zyda that's kind of in that position, but also Lancey on the Selena, the rest of the team, it's like, what do they do? And that's why, again, Chaknu, I feel like, you know, we talked a lot about him and his accolades and achievements and everything else. But even in this case, it doesn't matter. Like, because as he's tanking up the damage and your jungler and your carries are behind, there's no follow through. You know, like a roamer can only do so much to try to set things up. But when you fall behind the way that they did here in game one, that was just a very difficult lineup to actually get an opportunity or a window to come back into this game.
And this man has the window, as our BPI rich guy, Dominkite, really didn't struggle for game number one. He was really free to roam around. As we mentioned, they've got the early to mid potential, and as well as the late game, if ever things go south here for Aurora, they were able to showcase their skills. And by the way, guys, you could also showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject Esports for Everyone.
Participants in this program will be provided with special access to the tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and plenty more.
All you need to do is visit the MPL PH website for more information on how to apply.
You get the feels as a pro player, tournament setting, all of the skins possible to use. But other way, there's another year and another potential new world champion.
Oh, maybe. But do we have another one coming up this year? Because this is something special for everybody.
It's MCGG.
MCGG.
Yeah, and anyone and everyone can now enter the MCGG Rising Stars, a new in-game feature where players can participate to win a world championship title. And this is my chance to be a world champion.
Yeah, you're currently talking to the number 90 1-1 commander user. I went from 45 to 67 and 90. I am still on that lose streak.
What happened? You lost?
Yeah, I keep losing.
But it's okay.
Yeah.
And now we move forward on to our next segment where we hear from our host with our All Access.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. We are here just right in front of the MPL Arena at kasama natin ngayon ang mga kampiyon ng inaugural season ng NCAA Esports. Please give it up for your champions, Colegio de San Juan de Letran. There you have it. Guys, it's so nice to have you here with us. Welcome to MPL Philippines. Mind if you please introduce yourselves, maybe your IGN at ano yung role nyo, just for everybody who's watching.
Hello po, I'm Mercado, Gold Laner and Team Captain of Letran po.
George Brendimbang, Explainer for Letran Cyber.
Marcos Deola, Jungler for Letran Cybernets.
Christian Alex San Diego, Explainer of Letran Cyberknights.
Philip Fonsi Acera, roamer ng Letran Cyberknights.
I am Aaron Jacob Segarpos, mid laner of Cyberknights.
Uncle Ju, Team Ambassador in Letran Cyberknights.
I am Hans Steve Nieva, head coach and team manager of Letran Cyberknights.
Wala na eh. Oo, hindi ko na ginawa eh. Kasi parang very, very serious ang atake nila,
Oo
Odin.
nga. Welcome to MPL Arena. I love your aura today. Ang ganda ng mga jersey nyo. Kumusta naman ang pagbisita nyo dito sa MPL Arena? Talk to us about your experience.
Yung experience po namin dito sa arena is napakalamig and napaka-enjoyable po talaga kasi iba't ibang kupunan po yung mga sinusuportahan ng mga fans, ganun, and may mga sigawan din talaga. Bawat scene is grabe yung pagsuporta ng mga fans sa bawat team po.
Di kasi sinabihan ng
Oo
coach
nga.
na magdala ng jacket.
Sobrang thrill niya for that ha. Palita ko bago tayo yung jersey nila, pero sa Letran Knights baka gusto niyo daw po magpa-jacket para sa kanila.
Yun, ang gusto namin.
Sino yung hirit? Sino yung hirit? Sino yung hirit?
Ako po.
Anyway, meron ba kayong team or favorite player dito? Uncle Ju, ikaw.
Oh, Uncle Ju, sino ba favorite
yung
mong player?
favorite player mo?
Carl TC, TLPH, walang kabayas-bayas.
Walang kabayas-bayas.
Oo,
By the way guys,
straight answer.
streamer din po pala siya ng MPL Philippines specifically para sa TLPH. I want to know more about the team naman. Gusto ko malaman, Mercado, I want this for you. Nung nalaman mo ba na nagkaroon ng NCAA esports in your division? Kasi I know that the Cyber Knights have been going on for a while now, di ba? Pero nung nalaman nyo that esports is gonna be a thing now, how did you prepare? How did you make it happen para maging kampiyon kayo ng NCAA?
Nung nalaman po namin na merong esports na sa NCAAs, lalo kami naging gigil po manalo. And gusto po namin talaga i-represent yung Letran sa NCAA. Tapos araw-araw lang po kami nagpa-practice and ginagawa po namin best namin kahit anong mangyari.
Congratulations for that. At punta muna tayo sa head coach na very familiar sa atin and not just the head coach but laging nandito sa MPL Arena. Pakilala mo kung sino ka, Hans.
Sa mga hindi po nakakakilala sa akin, ako po ay parte po ng MPL Philippines. Nagsimula po ako ng usher noong season 13 and ngayon po na-promote po ako bilang head usher ngayon season 16. It's my privilege na mag-servisyo sa mga audience dahil gusto ko po ma-experience sila. Mabigay yung best experience nila habang nanonood dito sa MPL.
Right, just in case you guys aren't familiar, siya yung nagsasabi sa inyo, saan po kayong side? Dito po ba kayo sa TNC, sa Aurora? Just to give you guys an idea, he came as an usher, now as the head coach of the Letran Cyber Knights, and they're gonna be competing elsewhere. Saan pa ba namin kayo makikita? Ano pa ba dapat naming abangan sa Cyber Knights?
Abangan nyo po kami sa mga future tournaments namin and sana maka-join pa kami sa susunod na MCC na Munton.
Maraming salamat.
And sa Thailand, kasi po yun po yung prize namin nung nag-champion kami.
Alright, they're gonna be going overseas and that's an ideal scenario. Once again, please, let's give it up for the Letran Cyber Knights. Maraming salamat. Hopefully you guys enjoy. We're gonna toss it right back to our casters.
Thank you so much, host, and congratulations to Letran Cyber Knights.
Where are they going? Overseas? Where are they?
I think it's a prize for them. Maybe a reward for their hard work as well.
We're going to Santorini in Greece.
Santorini?
I don't know if that's actually true. I'm just making stuff up.
Okay.
Well,
I'm feeling it though. I'm feeling it.
it's okay. And I do love seeing our collegiate esports on a tournament and very competitive scene as the first ever NCAA champion for our college students out there. It's still possible to pursue your dream while studying and to be a pro esports player.
Athena, I always, every time I hear interviews like that or get to go and see these collegiate tournaments going on, I'm always like, man, I wish that I had this during my time. But that's okay because we still get to be a part of it.
Yeah, and for now, let's be part of our drafting phase. It's Aurora picking up the blue side yet again here, Naisu, and still banning out the Fanny, Jishin, and for TNC, still the never-ending 1-1 respect ban.
Just ban it out. I'm actually wondering if TNC would think about. I don't know. No, there's no way. Never mind. There's no way in the world that TNC is going to be like, let's ban out the Franco.
Hey, what if?
It'd be so weird if they did because it was one of those things where it's like you're not going to see the Franco pop up much unless it's like light. Maybe some of the other roamers we've had out there in the past, but it was definitely something that started things off on the right start for RORA, and them being on blue, they're probably going to still prioritize because the Boxer was actually banned out this time. I have a feeling if this isn't one of the jungle bans here, we might see a Lancelot or YSS picked up by RORA unless they decide to go ahead and prioritize the XP lane instead and go with one of the XP lane options here like the CC since that's still through. But I think that's what TNC has to decide. What are they willing to go ahead and trade up here?
What do you want to somehow eliminate, right? And so far our teams are willing to part ways with a Lancelot onto the red, a third ban here.
There it is.
And Ryan and Q here for TNC. Other options still here for Aurora. You mentioned XP laners, the Lapu,
Yep.
CC, but it's going to be somewhat different because the backshot has been banned out for this round.
What if they just went to YSS?
What if?
You know, yeah, because like like what we were saying earlier was like the Baksha was one of those answers where it's like if you're going against the YSS, you have the Baksha, you're tanky enough, you have your passive, of course, and everything else. You can go ahead and utilize the team to complement the Baksha to invade that side of the jungle and then put pressure on a YSS. Well, it's banned out. TNC's the one that banned it out, so RORA's like, well, it's open, so we might as well get the YSS. So now the question will be, how does TNC build this lineup to do what just happened to them in game one? And go that route, you know? So that's why I think we might potentially see their mid lane and
I feel like the Lapu, yeah.
Okay.
A Lapu, Hylos here. Also, it's a bit too early to show your XP in the roam. That's kind of tricky, especially that Aurora could easily counter it out onto the blue second and third blue here. But going back, without the natural predator for Yeast and Shin, they have to find another answer. The likes of the Kimi, by the way, is open, and it was a ban out early for game number 1, and Aurora could use that to their advantage.
They go for the Kimi mid, and then they have the Yi Sun-shin in the center of the map. They're going to need to pair it up with a roamer.
Yeah, and then there's going to be the Ruby Gold. Never mind. Let's just stick with the full house mage, Firepower, Kagura, Farsa, or
they don't need to go Ruby Gold. They still just need to pair it up with some really solid pieces. So I like that they already picked up the Esmeralda early. I think later on, TNC are going to have to take away heroes such as the Gata Kacha as a possibility for Light. They can zero in on the roam and mid trade, considering that's the last two things that Aurora need to draft. They don't need to log in the Benny QT pick now, but if they want to be safe, they just go ahead and pick up the Granger. But nope, they go ahead and pick up the Hayabusa. They can open up the Benny QT picks. And yeah, TNC just continuously ban roam and mids. Even if you want to really pressure the roam, that's fine, because if you take away strong roamers that can hold down the front line and protect the jungle of Aurora, considering the TNC already have the Hylos and Lapu Lapu, should be great for them.
You're right. Even a Gatat Kacha be a very wonderful ban here for TNC. What are other options? We have the Akai, already shown here on MPL.
Yeah.
And
Nakai Roam is a possibility. Looking at the hero pool of Light, you still have the Grok to take into consideration. The chip might be a bit too risky to play for the side of Aurora.
Okay.
So yeah, they're zeroing in on the Yue Kimi pick. Totally respect that, totally understandable. So now you choose whether you're going to ban the Gata Kacha or the Grok.
I think in their case, maybe the Grok would be better. I mean, Gata Kacha's used so much too. Fits in a lot of lineups, but Carry's being banned out here for Aurora. Wonder what gold lane option for Benny Cutie will be. The Moskov is still available, unless you just have the classic matchup of Granger versus Harith.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more okay with Granger, considering that there's so many dive-heavy heroes on the side of TNC. A little bit more distance and range might be good for them. Could be a Farsa and a... I'm blanking, excuse me.
It's okay.
Farsa and... What do we say? Granger, there we go.
Granger.
Farsa and Granger. Or even a Farsa Bruno would be okay for the side of TNC.
You're right. There's a respect. And for Aurora, you mentioned that if ever they could go the route here for that instant burst, and the Farsa is still quite available here for Yue. But what do you partner up with that strong mid? Without the Grok now.
Well, the Gauntlet is still an option, and that might just be the go-to pick here for Light and Aurora. You get Revitalized with it as well, and it should round out the draft for Aurora.
TNC, on the other hand, still missing the piece here for Lancy, and Benny QT mentioned still multiple options if he wants to go the Bruno or Granger route is actually the safest option.
I think Aurora might ban out the Bruno. They banned out the Moskov.
Okay.
Let's go Bruno Farsa for TNC. Even a Bruno and a Novaria later on would be good.
There's the Farsa.
So they get the Farsa.
Farsa makes sense.
How about the Selena Yue?
Yeah, what if actually Yue picks
What
up
if?
Selena? I just don't see him doing that. Like Kagura.
But it's going to be somewhat of a hard game considering there's a Hayabusa and then the Hylos.
No, Yue can bring back an old favorite and a Veil. Novaria might be tough. They could make it work somehow, but I'm leaning towards either a Valentine or a Veil.
They could still stick to US identity until just getting the Valentina here and partner it up with the Gototkacha. Masterpiece here for Aurora if ever. But yeah, the Selena. I'm glad we said that
He's
Selena.
taking the Selena.
Interesting. Okay. And Badang, is that your evil laugh now?
That's her. She's got the evil laugh now. She's been here for a day.
Oh no.
It's all because of Demon Guy.
Okay. Understandable.
Sorry, I'm victim blaming.
No, it's fine.
Don't gaslight Demon Kite.
I'm sorry, but I was actually just kidding around with the Selena, but
it's
it's you.
Honestly, surprising for me.
I'm surprised he picked it too.
Yeah, the Hylos can just poke him down.
I don't know.
But then they can just double down on dive so that Demon Kite has a lot of space.
Maybe I
Claude?
I'm looking at it at a different way, but also TNC.
Yeah.
With the Claude, maybe they just want that extra bit of survivability movement for the Claude, but is it really the go-to?
To be fair, TNC has a lot of map pressure with the Hayabusa, Farsa, and Claude all together. While the Aurora lineup want to play close and want to play together, they might leverage the fact that they'll just continuously leave Benny Cutie to keep pushing the long lane, the side lanes, and they might be able to slowly win through that.
Interesting take on their Game 2 draft, and as well as increasing the chances here for TNC Pro Team to somehow manipulate and control the map as early as possible.
Okay. Looking at this too, one last little look. We'll see if TNC can take it to a Game 3. It'd be poetic if we can get another Game 3 here to end out Week 3. Let's find out.
Well, let's head on to our game number 2. It's going to be RORA versus TNC, and RORA is only looking at one more game win to finally close off our day. Meanwhile, for TNC Pro Team, is this a start as they try and make their way here onto mid lane?
I have to acknowledge again that this is a Dominkai comfort pick. Very strong lane bully when he plays a Harith.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how Benny Cutie will be able to manage the lane. He's not going to win the lane. He needs to straight up manage it. So it's a good thing that he got the Master Assassin for himself to increase his chances of being able to trade somewhat up against the Harith. Well, we'll see a quick rotate towards topside by Lancey as the Farsa to ensure that 3-Mar gets a bit of a lead, but they're not going to be able to win that Crab EXP.
You're right. And I would also like to thank you for highlighting Benny Cutie as well. We've discussed the Granger versus Harith, right, under the lane. But with a Claude, it's kind of tricky. And a tricky thing here for TNC Pro Team, they're prone for denies and as well as jungle attacks here from Aurora because of the Selena pick as well.
And at the same time, you see a lot of this. They just have to go ahead and protect this early rotation for Zyda to give them a better fighting chance at the first objective. I think this is not a lineup that you're really going to be able to do much for TNC in terms of getting a first blood, unless, you know, Benny Cutie and Dominkite change that course, because even up in the XP lane, you're not going to see that much of that. So this is one of those situations where it's just got to come down to that first turtle take. And like Renmar mentioned, look at this. Look at the pressure up on the gold lane. Actually, it looks like he's going to jump in. That's the first blood from Demon Kite.
Okay, that's an off-come kill.
He got the information, though.
Moving forward, that's actually a great start up here for Aurora.
Yeah, and that was actually an expected rotation. I'm surprised that TNC Pro Team left their Benny Cutie in lane like that, because that always happens. Dominkite pressures while Demon Kite cuts behind the tower and then takes down the opposing gold laner.
And they got so much from that first blood.
Wow.
Cool energy shield plus a turret takedown versus just a turtle here for TNC Pro Team.
A 2-minute tier 1. A whole lot of gold for Aurora. They don't care about that first turtle that went to TNC.
Yeah, they lose that rotation, and they might have already just lost the game. Again, never say never, but at this point, considering that the Claude needs a tower and needs time to farm, Dominkite got so much gold through that. Demon Kite as well. They were able to effectively double the snowball speed of this YSS and this Harith because of the rotation that they did towards bot side. And again, this is a scouting report that should have been presented to TNC. We've seen, go back to the previous games where we see YSS and Harith together.
Yeah.
For RORA, they always have that rotation around the first turtle.
This is not just a snowball, it's an avalanche here.
Yeah.
For Aurora, right? And for TNC Pro Team, now they have to stretch out what's left just so they could ensure a network here for Benny Cutie. But more so, could we be looking at another game with 0 deaths here for Aurora because they're playing it smoothly right now?
It's actually impressive that Benny Cutie's still playing that confidently, where he's actually going and blazing duetting into Dome and Kite, you know, without that tier 1 even.
Yes,
so
he has to.
He has to. They're going to chase down Light. Light will flicker defensively so he doesn't get caught. Not sure if they're going to be able to do much more, but it's TNC just trying to fight around this side of the map to get what they can.
They have to make do with what they have.
Wow.
And that's an arrow hitting.
An arrow, fist break, fist crack. Zyda should be able to get out. Light's going to get punished himself, though. So it was a good attempt, a good setup. But now Demon Kite trying to get Chaknu. Won't have enough damage. Does get the Revitalize out from Chaknu. So at least TNC gets on the board here.
Okay, so TNC Pro Team able to punish Aurora mistake, and that sort of diminishes the lead that they were able to build for themselves. However, still going to be tough here for Benny Cutie to make a comeback. Good so 3 more!
3 more jumping in after UA flickers. He'll be able to get out, though. Luckily, Edward was there. So now, again, 2 flickers expended from Rora. Turtles up. Light's given the information, but I don't think Demon Kite wants anything to do with this.
Yep.
They're just going to trade it.
Might be a free turtle for TNC Pro Team. And as you mentioned, because of that specific pickoff onto line, it somehow boosts the morale and as well as the vision here and movement for TNC Pro Team. And that's the kind of head start that you would want for a team that suddenly has to stretch out what's left for their jungle. And a great start still for Zyda with his Hayabusa.
Yeah, no speculation here. Definitely TNC Pro Team found a morale boost through that punish because it came off of the fact that Yua hit a really good arrow. That was a good response by Light to try and take down Zyda. But then Zyda was able to remaneuver and even be the one to secure the kill there onto Light. That is morale boosting for a lot of the teams here. Many tough boots. All tough boots built here by TNC Pro Team, and I like that respect on the crowd control lockdown that RORA has in their composition.
Yeah, you're going to need those anyway. So it's up to RORA just to kind of maintain what they can, farm where they can. You see they put Dome and Kite up here, and I think that's still going to be a problem for TNC if they don't actually have a way to control Dome and Kite as he just goes and gets to farm up. Because, again, I think Dome and Kite is probably the best Harith statistically right now. Currently in Season 16.
It is his comfort hero. And giving it onto Dome and Kite says a huge lot here for Aurora. Meanwhile, for TNC Pro Team, yes, you managed to get the turret here onto the bottom side for Benny Cutie. You've able to somehow limit the huge gap that Aurora was trying to innate here for our game number 2. But what is not happening is that they're not finding a way to actually punish core damage leadership for Aurora. And the longer the game gets, it's just getting to be more trickier by the minute or so.
Yeah, so I think this is why we're seeing TNC not playing defensively, and they're sending 3mar out even more to try and chase down at least someone. A build advantage for TNC because they know that it's a ticking time bomb. This Harith already up to 2 core items.
Benny Cutie, off the regen. We'll be able to get out. The fight for this 3rd turtle, though, without Benny Cutie, they've got an advantage here for Aurora. Dome and Kite joining the fight, dropping down the glorious pathway. There's a jump in with the bravest fighter. They're going to force the fighting away from Light. Light flickers on forward, but there's Zyda to go up and clean the kill for Light. And now still breaking it out. Turtle already secured by RORA. They're looking for more in this one. 3mar can't get away from that. Shadow kill already going to be used from Zyda. And now Benny Cutie a little bit too late on the blazing duet. Won't hit anybody.
Massive loss there for TNC Pro Team, and Aurora can just continue this snowball. Great jump with the Falling Star Moon by Edward to catch 4 members of TNC. And now Aurora can just ride on this momentum, although TNC has showed us that, bro, they're willing to fight. They're willing to find a way to turn things around. It's just because of everything that happened to Benny Cutie so far in this game, it's just so tough to do so without their main damage dealer in their gold laner. They're playing around the Lapu Lapu Farsa and the Hayabusa right now.
Aurora saw the opportunity and they grabbed it, right? after Benny Cutie was forced to recall his way onto the base, there was a sudden attack here for Aurora. And we do need to highlight Edward's jump from there, hitting 4 members with a falling star moon. And then you also have Light as well, putting his life on the line just so they could ensure that there will be no more follow-ups here for TNC Pro Team. But now, we're closing in onto the first lord of the game. But still, it's still siding with Aurora, still established lead here of 3.5k gold lead.
Yeah, it's interesting because Light's literally his job. You can see even he's got the Thunderbelt. Like, so he's kind of just throwing himself out there because he's going to go and try to just get the fist break, fist crack combo off, do as much damage as he can. He's going to get stunned here. Where's he going to go from here? Feathered Airstrike, drop down. Yue's dealing with a Shadow Kill. Demon Kite is there. Luckily, Yue's gone. Now Edward jumping in with a Falling Star Moon. He's going to chase Lancey down. There's another match going on with 3 more. He finally goes. Edward can't tank all of this, though. He's still waiting for the team to catch up, but Edward falls. 3 down for RORA TNC. Can they find more? Mount Chakra going to be used, and Demon Kite will be able to get away. Again, Benny Cutie jumps in with a Blazing Duet. He gets out in time.
Great moves by everyone showed up, and again, Zyda and TNC willing to fight.
Oh, look
it
at
was
this.
him being able to shadow kill.
He knows.
Behind enemy lines, and
Demon Kite knows. It was all part of the plan. They'll take out Zyda, and now the Lord is open for RORA.
What you got there?
What a read! And
You're
another
going.
arrow hits!
And now
Another
there's
arrow.
Light onto the backside.
Light just droning them out. Demon Kite jumping in the fight under the Zaman Forest. They're just going to hold them there as the Lord is already secured by RORA. And Demon Kite does it again. Finds him under the turret. Edward will jump in with a Falling Star Moon, and Lancey has to flicker out. So RORA will get the objective. But what do they get off of this push here?
So wild of a pick-up and trades here, but still for Aurora, they've managed to get their hands onto this Lord. A perfect pickup onto Zyda. But meanwhile, let's take a look back onto our Infinix instant replay.
Yeah, look at that jump. Zyda with a shadow kill in the back. Edward separating the fight. Demon Kite decided to actually back off and help Demon Kite with the Lapu Lapu. And that meant Edward just needed to buy time and see. After that sequence, that's when Demon Kite decided to make his way towards the shrub close to the orange buff, picking off Zyda. And Zyda did not expect that the Harith would be there that deep.
They know who to punish, and they know that for Aurora, they just need to somehow wait it out. But for Zyda, he's making his way onto the back liners here for Aurora, which is a very perfect target, but he needs to be wary in close spaces like that. And they have to prevent that from happening again, because Aurora is slowly breathing down on their necks. Last bits of their turret onto tier 2 is now destroyed. Lord onto the top lane, marching, and TNC Pro Team now cornered here onto their base.
Holy Shields are down. To hold on to what they can. They deal with the Lord. TNC still on the fence. RORA might decide to go. So the arrow's going to land on Zyda. He has to go ahead and shadow on out. Still putting the pressure here. These arrows are a nuisance for TNC. Chaknu playing up front, doing what he can, takes a ton of damage. Could be in trouble here as Demon Kite jumps through the wall. He'll be able to find Chaknu. So another down, but TNC holding on to the base turrets, and the last shield up top goes out.
That's wild, even under the turret at your own base.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Again, this is why we gave so much focus onto Demon Kite in the draft of this series. If he ends up with a Harith...
Oh! Light! He's just going to go for it anyway, I guess, trying to catch them off guard, and he does just that. Base turret falls on the bottom side. Light, like I said, he's going to throw his body for these ones.
You're right.
Dylan, don't scare us like that.
He's not even counting 1 to 3. It's just one jump.
Yeah.
He's just jumping the guns here onto TNC Pro Team. Meanwhile, for Aurora, highlighting Harith for Demon Kite. In the Filipino broadcast, we call him Paldomeng, right?
Yeah.
This is the moment that he shines the most, especially onto this huge gold gap lead onto Benny Cutie.
Yeah, Paldo. Meaning you're rich, you're loaded, you've got a lot of resources, and that's exactly what Domikite has. Full build already, up to a Divine Glaive. No wonder why he was able to melt down Chaknu so quickly under the turret. And look at where Benny Cutie is at. He's still on the way to building his 4th item. He has his Trinity, yes, but he's not going to be the main damage dealer for a long time. At this point, yeah, you're playing around the Haya, Lapu, Farsa, still. And because of that, you cannot play this close. Look at where Light is holding the position right now. Vision provided Light with the gank.
Oh, it's going to go Light from the backside. Gets the flicker out from Lancey. Disengaging Zyda. Checks things out, but Demon Kite already going to be able to get the Lord. Demon Kite is on the run. Does TNC really want to fight this? They're going to drop down the glorious pathway. Chaknu leading up the front. Zyda will be able to go in with a shadow kill. He does find Demon Kite. Now still breaking out Edward. Taking it up 4 members. 3 more could be in trouble. Light. There's the blazing duet from Benny Cutie. Finally able to connect, and TNC will fight back. Able to find 2 from RORA.
And they finally get it. Shutting down Domikite and as well as disrupting Light's process as well.
Bro, TNC has massive cajones. They decided to fight into that. Any other team would have backed off, but they pushed the envelope, and Zyda said, sure, let me make sure that I can pick off Domikite in the back, and he still found the angle to toss the shadow and commit the kill onto Doming. Light got finished off as well, and this makes the defense for TNC so much easier.
What's Chaknu going to do? He's just trying to cut them off from just committing to this push. Lord's going to be dealt with really quickly, and TNC, because of that whole team fight, they didn't lose anything in this base.
And TNC Pro Team is actually winning on the pickups. That's 6-8 on-kill score. And most importantly, now Benny Cutie is slowly catching up onto what could be the core damage leader now for TNC Pro Team.
Feather Air Strike dropped down and Abyssal Arrow thrown out, but TNC, they've got great wave clear. As long as Lancey's able to stay up, the rest of the team. So ultimately, they find themselves still okay. TNC might be down 3,000 gold. They still have plenty of room to cover, but all this is a waiting game. They had to get Benny Cutie caught up because of the early pressure that he faced, and he's finally getting there.
Okay, TNC, they are still definitely in this, and Aurora need to be careful. The energy that TNC brings to the table, you said it so many times over the years, the poison of Chaknu. But in the coaching staff, E2Max is there. And now let's see if they'll be able to inject some of that energy here, that never say die attitude that Chaknu has played with for so long, E2Max has played with for so long. Now with this squad, items already locked in. Farsa, 3, even has the Magic Lantern, Divine Glaive. And now with the High Loss frontline, Radiant Armor on the way to the Dominance Eyes as well, alongside the Queen's Wings for 3-Mar. No wonder why they can be willing to fight.
Chaknu leading the charge.
Okay, that was a very scary moment here for Aurora, but we do need to highlight the TNC, as long as they're able to stretch out the game, as you've mentioned, they're slowly catching up in terms of defensive items. And Chaknu is just waiting for his Dominance Ice next. And for Aurora, meanwhile, they actually need to finish this off immediately, as long or as fast as possible. Because for TNC Pro Team, if they're able to stretch it out yet again for this Lord, they may just take and stretch this game onto game number 3.
Yeah, Light with a good flank angle again. By the way, Demon Cat already got to build up a Sea Halberd as his last item. Zyda able to get his purple boss. Zyda has solidified himself as a stone cold killer. But he's also fantastic at the Retro Battle. Let's see if he can make magic.
Okay, 3 more. Taking the lead onto the intel, and a very nice vision there. They're too traumatized if ever there's a Demon Kite or even a Yue. Doming Kite as well here needs to be well protected, as Zyda just heads along the shadows here for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, they don't have to overcommit to this either. They're going to let RORA pull this through. Lancey dealing with the waves. That's the biggest thing for TNC is managing the waves here.
Interesting.
Keep an eye where Light is, that positioning. They might try to pull something off of this. Edward giving some information right now where Chaknu and 3-Mar are. There's the conceal. What are Light Demon Domikite going to go? There's the Fist Ring Fist crack. Benny Cutie's gone. A great setup from RORA, and it's just falling apart for TNC. What a play from Light to make it. And that looks like that's going to be all they had to do. Zaida tries to defend. A wave pushing in from the bottom. And there's nothing he can do but watch the base locked in as RORA will sweep TNC.
Emphatic Light proving that if he can do it with the Demon, he can do it with Domeng. And you gotta appreciate that hug. Light and Domenkite. It was their idea, their call, and it was their winning play.
What a play here for Aurora, securing the series with a 2-0 sweep against TNC Pro Team. Props to the whole team for calling the shots, as well as I already had a bad feeling like, what are you doing, Domeng and Light?
Yeah.
And then there's the conceal. I thought they were going to back away because after that, Zaida already knew that there's someone here, there's someone chasing me. But then that's it. It's going to be written down on the most powerful plays here for Aurora. Let's give it up here for TNC Pro Team. What a play. That was an almost extended series for this last match.
It's wild to say that was Light and Kite, but it wasn't the Kite you expected.
Yeah, that definitely. Now we're heading over to our winners interview here for Aurora Gaming together with our host onto our main stage.
As the victory shined on your winners once again, please give it up for Aurora Gaming! Cannot believe what I saw. First things first, unahin ko na muna, Odin, Light. This was your 7th hero, yung Franco, nilabas mo na naman. We were talking to you nung isang araw, gaano pa ba karami yung ilalabas mo? Talk to us more about the versatility of the lineup na meron ka. Kasi it's not easy playing multiple heroes in terms of a single season. Pero what did you develop during the off-season na kinaya mo na talagang laruin to kahit na minsan yung mga heroes hindi mo napapractice? Or napapractice mo ba yung mga heroes kahit na madami yung pool mo?
Tinapakan ko lang yung love goals, sinuggest ko kasi goods talaga sa pick eh. Pero depende pa rin talaga. Sabi ko kay coach para madagdagan yung unique hero pick ko.
Yung pala talaga yung plano, Odin.
At ang ganda ng ginawa ni Light doon doon sa bago mag-winning moment, talagang nakuha nila yung targeted heroes para successfully ay matapos nila ang laro. And ngayon, gusto ko naman kausapin ang kanilang XP laner na si Edward, na sobrang daming fans. Edward, grabe yung mga fans. Parang ayoko putulin yung pagsigaw nila sa'yo. Pero Edward, sa tagal mo na sa liga, alam namin at marami ding nagsasabi na ikaw daw talaga ang best XP laner. Kumbaga, XP lane standard. And meron din sinabi si Sanford nung tinanong namin na ikaw daw talaga yung standard sa XP lane. Ano yung masasabi mo doon sa sinasabi ng mga tao?
Hindi. Si Sanford pa rin yung best XP. Pangalawa lang ako.
Alright.
Pangatlo, ganun.
Pangatlo. Sino pangalawa?
Si Agent Zero.
Si Agent Zero.
Uy!
Yung pangatlo si Legend Zero.
Ayun!
So medyo sinaslat niya pa rin yung sarili.
Oo.
Andun pa rin naman
Andun pa rin. Parehong siya yun sa
Pero
top 3.
alam mo, Edward, gusto ko malaman. Kasi every time na nakikita namin to, madalas may nabanggit sa akin, na kada nilalaro mo yung lapu-lapu, halos sure ball, sure win ang nakikita natin mula sa Aurora. I wanna know, what's it about lapu-lapu in this current meta na nagagamit mo to the fullest of your potential?
Siguro, malakas siya sa 1v1 tsaka sa turtle fight. So, ayun, enjoy gamitin and ayun nga, nasa meta siya. So, pasok na pasok.
We're talking about 1v1s. Kung sakaling makakaharap mo ulit si Sanford, I wanna know, kung sa tingin mong number 1 siya, paano mo siya mahihigitan?
Anong lamang mo kay Sanford?
Wala. Hindi ko malalamangan yun.
Uy.
Well, we're still about to find that out. Si Coach Nextar sa'yo, eh.
Parang hindi, oh. Anong lamang ni Edward sa tingin mo?
Sila.
Ay, sila. Yung mga fans daw.
Totoo bang kayo ang lamang ni Edward? I have to say that at some point meron.
Oo, sobrang taas ng pitch eh. Ngayon gusto ko makausap naman si Coach MTB. Now let's talk about the power rankings. Kasi tinanong din namin si Coach Wynot about it and sinabi nila na Aurora Gaming ang top 1 para sa kanila sa power rankings. What do you think of that? Tingin nyo ba kayo rin ang nangunguna talaga?
I think sa standing yes, pero overall I think may ilalakas pa talaga yung team. Hindi pa to yung prime condition ng team. Meron pa kaming may mga kailangan pa rin kaming linisin, may kailangan pa kaming i-improve. So tingin ko masabi ko lang na na magna-number 1 kami kung mag-champion kami ngayong season.
And I like the idea coming in from them. Coach MTB, I'm gonna ask you the same question that I asked Coach Wynot. Kung hindi kayo, aside from the standings, because statistically you're at the top spot, para sa'yo, sino ba ang top 1 threat ng Aurora towards getting that crown and why?
I think yung dalawang pa rin, defending champs, yung Onyx tsaka yung TLPH. Sila pa rin talaga yung matagal nang magkakasama and sobrang buo na yung chemistry. So pagdating ng playoffs, makikita pa rin natin na kung paano talaga sila maglaro.
And we still have a long way to go to make that happen. Once again, give it up for your winners, Aurora Gaming! An incredible effort mula sa Northern Lights, just showing what they're made of, getting another win this season.
Palakas ng palakas ang ating mga teams together with their fans, and we can hear it hanggang ngayon, Hans. That was a clean execution for Aurora Gaming, and we want to hear it from the casters.
Finishing off week number 3 with a smile here for Aurora, sweeping off TNC Pro Team on a 2-0 for our last match.
Incredible match. A little heart-hurting. What was I going to say? A little
heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. Yeah.
Heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. Sorry, it's Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday
but
evening.
heart-stopping moments here for Light are Game 2 MVP with his Badang.
Yeah, man, it was his play. Light legit, bro.
Dude, it was his series.
Yeah, it was his series. It was the Franco and then now this call. Usually this confirms that it was probably Light's call to commit that concealed play alongside Dome. He probably went, ming. And then Edwards was like, ming. Backup ko kayo.
I could only imagine the last shot call there. And thankfully later we could get to hear it on our Infinix mic check. But looking closer on our MVP highlights, wherein there was this kind of just showing off his body here, and you do just get the rest done here for Demon and as well as UN Dominkite.
Yeah. So for the side of Aurora, this is one of the biggest struggles when you're going up against a hero like Badang, when you're a team that want to dive in, especially having a gold laner that wants to dive in and get close. There's a risk that the tempo of your team fight is gonna get broken. Although, I will say TNC managed to play around this Badang relatively well, up until that final point where it was a surprise play. It just goes to show why Badang is such a great pickup in this current metagame. Is he your go-to number 1 roamer? No. Is he a great option against lineups that want to get close and dive in?
Yes. I see where you're going with that one.
Unanimous decision, right?
Next time, I'm going to say something different to throw both of you on.
You can't.
Please don't.
I am in sync with you, Mr. Renmar.
I'll just go and delay my answer. Like,
and Athena's getting there, by the way.
Huh?
Athena's getting there.
Yeah, she's getting there. Real quick.
What a day 1 here, Athena, for your English debut.
Yeah, and what a game here for Aurora. Interesting choice here, and I do like to highlight that you could go and get the hero that could complement it best versus onto what we've seen for TNT Pro Team for game number. I'm sorry, I just had to. Like with the Selena and Gatatkacha, even though there's already a backshot. And there's a beauty in here by getting at the Yisun Shin. You don't have the innate Predator, right? With the backshot ban out. So he was able to really dodge out all of these bullets, or rather, bullets and plus the Federer Airstrike here for TNC Pro Team Lancy. But so far, what really matters the most is the last decision making here for Light and as well as Dominkite on the winning clash.
Yeah. Gotta feel bad also for Benny Cutie. He was just shafted after one major rotation early on in the game. 2 minutes in. Again, I'll go back to the previous games of RORA, and I think it's not just RORA. There are other teams who commit that rotation as well. When it is a fast-scaling gold laner paired up with the Yisun Shin of the jungle, first turtle is given up by the Yisun Shin, who will go behind the first turret in the gold lane to get a gank. If they're not gonna secure the kill, they're at least going to build advantage for their gold laner already. From there, Benny Cutie's efforts, he had to climb Everest to be felt here. But the good thing was Zyda, 3mar, and Lancy really covered well for TNC Pro Team. Zyda, especially on this Hayabusa, really showing off why it's a comfort pick. But in the end, Aurora were able to surprise TNC with their own poison play.
Yeah, I just feel like in this case, maybe it's a nice thing for Light because he's so used to having one Kite brother. Now he's got two.
Yeah,
and he can make plays with like both of them if he wants to.
Yeah, and earlier we were asked on what's different, right, for Aurora. And even Renmar highlighted this guy, our BPR rich guy, Doming Kite, and as well as his Kite brother, the carry for this round.
Yeah, again, spoiler alert, I said he is setting a new standard for himself. It's as simple as that. This Harith on Doming Kite for Aurora needs to be respected every time. And if you're gonna give the Harith to Doming Kite, you have to make sure that not only you have giraffes ready for it, but rotations ready for it.
Yeah, there's something about Doming Kite and this Harith, man. Maybe it was because of the whole, that was the gold lane meta. Like last season, Harith Granger.
Yeah, exactly.
And so far, really shined his best here for our last game, especially partnering it up with Light as well. Like passing on the troll from Demon Kite, hey, you got my brother, right?
Yeah.
And he is there to lead the way onto getting crucial pickups onto TNC Pro Team, not letting them extend or stretch off the series onto a game number 3. That was a very dominating match here for Aurora. But let's check on our Infinix match check on what happened for game number 2.
Tingnan Naya. Pakilan siya, pre. Pagkawin lapo, boy. Target. Lapo, pre.
Kuya ko, nagsalo sa akin.
Lapo, pre.
Lapo, tinamaan. Nice. Yung Claude, pabalik yung Claude. Easy sa Claude, ha, pre. Pabalik.
Kalma.
Ayan, Claude.
Pass. Boom, kaya fantastic. Nice try.
Nasabi itong Haya.
Saan ako bot ulit? Saan na natin yung Haya? Solid pa.
Shadow Haya.
Ay, patay!
Nice. Good. Yung bawasan mo lang kayo. Tingin mo yun.
Ito yung lapo, pre, ha? Ano missing, pre? Ay!
Uli.
Lapo nga, boy.
Basta, pre. Lapo, pre. Nagsigan na. Swal ko. Sunto ko.
Tower lang ako.
Tower.
And that was our Infinix mic check on to game number 2 winning moment for Aurora.
I always wondered how Light had to deal with that. Like, because he probably originally started, like, when he came back in the lineup, he's probably like, kite.
Yeah.
Because he's so used to saying it.
Maybe that's why they were struggling in their first series this season. He would just say kite. And Doming and Demon Kite would just be like,
they're both like, what? Which one? Which
one of us?
So now what do you say?
The kite one.
Meng, and...
Meng, kite.
Meng and probably...
Mon.
Oh yeah, Mon. He was saying Mon.
No, Meng.
Demon, Kite.
So Mon and Meng.
You know what? We're gonna ask Light.
Let's ask Light.
Let's ask Light. Yeah, what the shot call is for him when he's referring to both Doming and Demon Kite.
I'll ask him in Tagalog.
Yeah, but what's clear is they managed to somehow get their way against TNC Pro Team. No surprises at all. But definitely they're the one delivering the surprise for our Game 2 dominating match for Aurora. But to break down further onto what happened for Game 2, here's our summarization with Sir Wolf.
Thank you so much, casters. Mukhang tuloy-tuloy ang momentum ng Aurora after that stomp versus TNC. At kung babalikan natin ang mga keys to victory na inilatag para sa Aurora, talagang sinunod nga naman nila by starting with forcing Chakdu to play sustain or utility. So nakita natin, Gatot Kacha sabay Hylos, talagang out of his element etong si Chakdu, or kung hindi man yung buong team ng TNC, parang hindi nakakakilos kapag hindi nakakuha ng catch heroes etong si Chakdu. Para naman sa Aurora, parang ramdam na ramdam natin yung mga initiations, especially with that badang play. And also, may kita natin na dinisrupt nga nila yung mga pre-turtle or pre-lord setup ng TNC. Balikan natin yung game number 1. Di ba? Parang hindi nagkaroon ng legitimate na turtle fight or neutral objective team fight ang side ng TNC dahil mas binilisan naman ng Aurora yung kanilang pwestuhan. At dun sa game number 2, ang ginawa ni Demon Kite ay nag-rotate siya doon sa gold lane nung nagpi-pre-turtle dito ang side ng TNC. So instead na pumalag siya dun sa turtle, naghanap siya ng mas magandang trade on the other side of the map. In the gold lane, both sa nakakuha sila ng kill kay Benny Cutie, nakakuha pa sila ng Torre. Additionally, yung last play. Nakita naman natin at 18 minutes in, may palag na yung TNC sa Lord at nagsiset-up na actually yung TNC sa pagkuha ng Lord fight na yun. They're going for the short lane, pati na rin yung long lane. Pero yun nga, pinagbalakan sila ng bagong kite connection natin with Light and Doming kite at this time at talagang naging effective. TNC could not prepare for the Lord at hindi na sila nakapalag even when they can have a chance in the late game. Yan ang nakita nating bakbakan. Kaya naman siguro yung RORA ay talagang maganda ang simula ngayong week number 3 ay dahil doon sa momentum na nila-ride nila at talagang nararamdaman na nila ang kanilang confidence. That has been the second series of the day, RORA na winning streak. At pasa na natin ito, pabalik sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Sir Wolf, for that wonderful insight onto what happened for our last match.
Miss Athena. Sir Renmar.
Very formal.
I don't like it.
You don't like Sir Renmar?
I don't like Sir Renmar.
Sir Nice.
That's what we get called all the time, though.
Huh?
Like, everybody calls us Sir. Like, what do you want to be called?
My lord.
My lord. Okay,
My lord.
Let's discuss our Infinix standings on wherein, as we've mentioned, in a good scenario, Aurora will be marking their spot onto the first versus Twist, even though it's currently on a tie.
Yeah.
It's still onto the base, onto game win and loss.
My lord, my king. My king.
Hey, yo. Aurora ended the weekly streak of Twisted Minds, ending at top 1 in the standings.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so Aurora solidifying themselves as number 1 after week 3.
Yep.
A very top heavy right now in 1 to 4. I think this is already a good snapshot heading into our 4th week. You clearly have a top 4. And then a bottom 4 where you can toss a coin up in the air. Although TNC, I feel like, is really the big... Actually, no, TNC and Omega are also big threats to Processions 2 to 4.
Yep.
And so far for the Infinix Fancy Club and standing, it's going to be still the Minds heading on their first spot, followed closely by the Phoenix Army. We have the Cavalry, and for Green Falcons, things are looking good. They're on the top 4 for Infinix standings.
Yeah.
Infinix Fancy Club.
Who are these minds, man?
They were actually interviewed yesterday. So in the interview, it was 2 dudes who already knew each other and were like playing together for a long time in MLBB. Yes. And that guy said, hey, let's play with these dudes. Like they just met up through the community page. Oh. And then suddenly they're playing really good. Like I asked other people about it in the community.
Yeah.
Everyone, all of them just had a same reaction. It's like, last talaga ng Twisted Mind, yung Minds.
They
like,
also...
in English, which means they're really just that strong. And they all had that body language of they're just really good, man.
Oh, and they also play a lot of RG with Odin. I remember that interview. So these people behind the Minds actually grinds their way. They don't want the Cavalry to be a triple champion for Infinix Fancy Laban.
Yeah, those are Odin's Valkyries.
Oh.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah,
no. Odin Fam is official.
Wait, I should tell that to Odin.
That's actually...
Right, they call her community the Valkyries.
Yeah. She's actually thinking of another way to name her supporters, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
And so far, to all our super fans and community audiences that went here as well, we would like to thank you. And that was it. Again, this is Athena, Naisu, and Renmar. Let's head over on our main stage with our hosts.
We've experienced a lot of things for week 3, both exciting and unusual results.
Alam mo Hans, lagi din nating sinasabi na iba na talaga ang mga laruan ng ating mga koponan ngayon, and looking back at what happened today, match 1 really left me speechless and proud at the same time dahil patunay lamang ito na pinapakita ng MPL na nag-e-evolve ang laruan ng ating mga players.
Well, since we're talking about evolution already, I'd also like to bring up the second and the last match of the day where Aurora's light burned brighter than TNC's flame dahil nakuha nila ang sweep to finish off the series and the week with a 2-0 score.
Well, that's all for week 3, and next week will put us closer to the halfway mark. Sobrang bilis na mga pangyayari na parang kakastart lang natin ang season, but next week, we're going to week 4.
Sa dami ng nakita nating laban, nangangalahati na halos ang ating season, and there are gonna be a lot of twists, turns, possible plays, and strategies na ating makikita sa susunod na linggo. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
Magkita-kita tayo ulit sa susunod na linggo ng MPL Philippines Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing, made a setup. But like a tank, buhat ni Hilda, full dome, SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama